Chapter 2093. The collision of the divine fires of heaven and earth. Lin Ling frowned as he looked at his opponent. He did not expect that his full-powered strike would be so easily blocked by his opponent. Moreover, it was a move that allowed him to win. Use your Yellow Springs Flame, otherwise you won't have a chance. Heavenly God, Nine Suns clasped his hands behind his back. The reason he had given Lin Ling a chance to strike back was because he wanted to let Lin Ling know that he shouldn't make a fool of himself if he didn't go all out. This was also because if he wanted to fight, he would fight the strongest. There was no need for him to test the waters and warm up. Whoosh! Lin Ling let out a light breath. Even if he used the flames of the underworld, he was not very confident. But now that things had come to this, it was time to explode with his full strength. Chi! White flames began to spread out, first from Lin Ling's arm to his entire body. In the end, the entire sky was filled with white flames. From a distance, they looked like clouds, but they carried with them an indescribably mysterious aura. Furthermore, the scene of the 18 levels of hell appeared, with hundreds of ghosts wailing, as if the Yellow Springs were descending. One of the 10 great divine fires of heaven and earth, the Yellow Springs flame from the ghost realm. Seeing this, the entire 100 Years Mountain was in an uproar. The crowd finally saw Lin Ling's Yellow Springs flame. Can the 7th-ranked divine fire compare to my 5th-ranked divine fire of sun? Heavenly God, Nine Suns chuckled as he stared at the sinister flames. Although he could sense that the flames were extraordinary, he still had absolute confidence in himself. He extended his right hand, and a dazzling golden light appeared. It grew larger and larger, transforming into a fireball the size of a millstone. However, it was like a real sun. Crackle. Moreover, as soon as the flame appeared, the world changed abruptly. The underworld flame seemed to have met its match and actually let out a sizzling sound. Boom! At almost the same time, golden flames surged forth from Heavenly God, Nine Suns' side, like a tidal wave. The two worlds of fire, one yin and one yang, collided violently under the gazes of everyone. Countless people looked at this terrifying scene and did not doubt their power at all. Even an ordinary level 5 martial emperor would be filled with hatred in the underworld. The two strongest geniuses of a human race and the deity race were truly extraordinary. Let's see how powerful your Yellow Springs flame is. A faint smile appeared on Heavenly God, Nine Yang's face as he disappeared into the golden flames. That's exactly what I was thinking. Lin Ling's pupils flickered, and he disappeared from where he stood. The two figures moved at an unimaginable speed, and their palms were mixed with the characteristics of their respective flames. They collided in the sky. Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out as the entire sky exploded. White and golden flames sputtered in all directions. Crackle. What was terrifying was that the two flames were actually burning each other. Occasionally, the white flame would be more ferocious, but in the next moment, the golden flame would counterattack, and they were actually evenly matched. As for the focal point of the two great flames, the two figures clashed with their palms, releasing a dazzling light. So fierce. Looking at this dazzling scene, the hearts of countless people boiled. In this confrontation of divine flames, who would have the upper hand? However, Lin Ling knew that Heavenly God Nine Suns' divine sun fire was clearly more powerful than the Yellow Springs flame. Not bad. You've advanced to the 7th grade of the divine rank. No wonder you weren't burned to death by me. Heavenly God Nine Suns narrowed his eyes as he spoke. He could sense that Lin Ling's flames were still slightly weaker than his own. 8 divisions demons subduing, divine fire nation. With a low roar, the golden flames suddenly went crazy, and countless suns floated out from the flames. The divine sun fire was the true fire of the sun, and it was also the most ancient flame in the world. It was said that it had existed since the beginning of the world, and there was no doubt about its dominance. Chi! Chi! Lin Ling's white flames suddenly receded like a tide, and Lin Ling's expression changed slightly as he retreated. He knew that if he didn't retreat, his yellow spring's flame would be burned to nothing. The divine sun fire was indeed terrifying. Lin Ling has lost. Seeing this scene, many people sighed. Lin Ling had indeed lost when playing with fire. Haha, they're both divine flames of heaven and earth. One represents yin, and the other represents yang. But yang is the true fire. In fire? It's not worth mentioning. In the sky beyond the sky, the sun god emperor smiled confidently. On the path of martial arts, talent isn't everything. Ancient martial god Yungu retorted with cold words. At this moment, in the sky, after Lin Ling retreated, several golden suns shot toward him. They were as fast as light, and the laws were extremely terrifying. Lin Ling even saw that there seemed to be chains of laws connecting the suns. Go! Without thinking, Lin Ling waved his right hand, and the tyrannical Song's sword shot out to fight against the golden suns. The speed of his reaction undoubtedly made the 100-year mountain cheer. Of course, it was just cheering. Judging from the situation, Lin Ling didn't seem to have a high chance of winning. The tyrannical Song sword was like a meteor. After piercing through 3 suns, it finally dimmed and fell to the ground. It seemed that it didn't have much effect at all. However, it bought Lin Ling a short time. Hell path, hungry ghost path, beast path, human path. Lin Ling's hands moved quickly, and his face was solemn as he shouted in a low voice, as if he was chanting. The surrounding white flames returned in a mighty manner, forming a huge circle. And gradually there were 2, 3, 6 paths of reincarnation. Sensing the mysterious ring of flames, countless people sucked in a breath of cold air. Moreover, it was as if their souls were being summoned. The 6 paths of reincarnation was one of the great laws of heaven and earth. The one who could control it was undoubtedly the emissary of hell. With that thought, everyone looked at Lin Ling. They didn't expect that the young number 1 genius actually had the potential to become the emissary of hell. Human path. As Lin Ling's final voice rang out, the 4 paths of reincarnation began to combine, forming an even bigger path of reincarnation in the sky. The darkness in the path of reincarnation seemed to lead to hell. What a powerful power of law. Right, Lin Ling's underworld flame is weaker than the sun god flame, but Lin Ling's martial path of fire is stronger. The 7 emperors became excited when they saw this. If natural talent was a saber, then saber techniques could decide everything. Perhaps Lin Ling could win. At this moment, 9 Suns tilted his head and looked at Lin Ling with a faint smile. He still looked very confident. 6 paths of reincarnation? What's the use of that? A soft voice drifted out. However, it didn't affect Lin Ling's state. He softly said a word. Return. Something terrifying happened. It was as if the laws of heaven and earth were crushing down. 9 Suns felt an invisible suction force enveloping him and pulling him toward the path of reincarnation. At this moment, his expression changed drastically. Chi! All the golden flames followed 9 Suns into the path of reincarnation. One could imagine that after entering, no matter how strong 9 Suns was, his strength would disappear and he would be reborn. Boom! The entire 100-year mountain was in an uproar. The crowd hadn't expected Lin Ling's nomological martial arts to be so powerful that he could turn the tables with flames that were 1 level lower. Even Lin Ling relaxed slightly. The reincarnation circle had sucked Heavenly God 9 Suns in. Even if Heavenly God 9 Suns was a real god, he would still perish. Chapter 2094. Not a match at all. As for the ancient giants in the sky, all of them had solemn expressions. Lin Ling was going to win. Martial God Tianyu and the others laughed. Lin Ling, this little fellow, did not disappoint them. Moreover, things were progressing so smoothly that even Lin Ling could not believe it. That was because the enormous samsara circle had actually brought Heavenly God 9 Suns into it. This also meant that Heavenly God 9 Suns had entered the cycle of reincarnation. At this moment, the entire 100-year mountain was filled with excited voices, especially the humans. Their blood was boiling, and they were in high spirits. The number one genius of the four-race competition had been born. The son of Huang, Lin Ling, had suppressed all heroes. As for the experts of the god race, devil race, and ghost race, they were silent. They had not expected the number one genius of the human race to be so terrifying. Of course, if it had been them, as long as they were brought in by the samsara circle, it would have been difficult for them to escape death. This nomological martial technique was simply heaven-defying. The cheers from all around did not make Lin Ling happy. He frowned slightly because things were going too smoothly. Gradually, a sense of unease arose spontaneously. Almost at the same time, the 6 paths of reincarnation in the sky shook, and a foot stretched out from the darkness. Then a young man with fluttering golden hair walked out, just like that. It was Heavenly God 9 Sons. What? He's not dead yet. Heavens, he came back from the 6 paths of reincarnation. The dead can also be resurrected. There was no one who wasn't shocked by this scene. Even Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. Heavenly God 9 Sons was so strong. He looked carefully at Heavenly God 9 Sons and realized that the latter had changed. A strange aura floated out, and there was a golden flame mark between his brows. His eyes were lifeless, as if he was in a soulless state. No, there was something else on his body. Finally, Lin Ling roughly understood why Heavenly God 9 Sons was so strong. Very good 6 paths of reincarnation. Unfortunately, there are only 4 paths. If there were 6, I wouldn't be able to escape death. Heavenly God 9 Sons finally spoke, but his voice was clearly different. It was another person. Next, Heavenly God 9 Sons used his hand as a knife and slashed ruthlessly. Rumble. The samsara circle floating in the sky was split into 2. This level of strength was too terrifying. Even Lin Ling felt a sense of helplessness rise in his heart. This was because he could sense that his opponent was no longer a god race genius, but an ancient overlord of the god race. The current Lin Ling clearly lacked the strength to fight against an ancient giant. Haha, human genius Lin Ling. You're even more useless than I thought. At that moment, an arrogant laughter drifted out. This time, Lin Ling could clearly hear that it was Heavenly God 9 Sons. This time it was him. This meant that Heavenly God 9 Sons had 2 souls within his body. Thinking back to what had happened in the 5th city of the Nation of Gods, it wasn't hard for Lin Ling to guess that the hidden soul belonged to a powerhouse from the martial god realm. Heavenly God 9 Sons had luckily found it in some ruins and allowed that soul to enter his body. After all, the Nation of Gods had been abandoned by the martial god realm. The first batch of powerhouses from the Nation of Gods had definitely come from the martial god realm. This also meant that Lin Ling was facing off against a powerhouse from the martial god realm. No wonder he felt a sense of powerlessness. And that was indeed the case. In terms of cultivation level, Lin Ling was 1 level lower. In terms of talent, Lin Ling was 1 level lower. In terms of power of laws, Lin Ling was even more inferior. There was no way to fight. There was no way to fight at all. Senior, this person must be tortured to death. I want to wash away the humiliation of defeat from him. At that moment, a voice came from Heavenly God 9 Sons' body. It was Heavenly God 9 Sons' own voice. Are you ordering me? You should know that in terms of seniority, you're just my descendant. An old voice also sounded. Heavenly God 9 Sons didn't dare to be negligent. It's just a small request of this junior. The mysterious soul he had obtained so far was extremely terrifying. If it wanted to kill him, Heavenly God 9 Sons, it would be as easy as flipping its hand. Therefore, he didn't dare to offend this person. However, as long as he could curry favor with this person, the benefits would be great. Not only would he be able to cultivate, but his strength would also be greatly improved. And this was his strongest trump card. Moreover, he knew very well that without this mysterious existence, he wouldn't have dared to resist Lin Ling's reincarnation martial arts. However, you're right. He's just a lowly mortal. How can he go against a god? Therefore, I'll let him know how lowly he is. The old voice sounded again. Almost at the same time, Heavenly God, Nine Suns' eyes lit up. Golden light shone brightly as he slowly raised his hand. His fingertips were even more dazzling. He's about to attack. His movements were very slow. Everyone saw it and understood the deeper meaning behind it. Taking action slowly was also a form of arrogance. It was a warning to his opponent that he was about to attack. Even Lin Ling's expression was grave. His opponent was very arrogant. Sword come, Lin Ling growled. The tyrannical song of the earth flew over and landed in his hand. Just as he grasped the sword, a beam of light as thick as a finger shot toward him. It was the light of the divine sun fire. Clang! Lin Ling raised his sword to block, but he was pushed back by the impact. Moreover, he sensed that a terrifying flame energy was spreading along his sword. That energy was very domineering. It could burn everything. At the critical moment, Lin Ling hurriedly abandoned his sword and retreated once again. What a clever little brat. If you had abandoned your sword a second later, I would have burned your right arm. Heavenly God, Nine Suns, said indifferently, like a divine king looking down at an ant. Of course, if you kneel and kowtow and destroy your own cultivation, I might spare your life. Hearing that, Lin Ling laughed. Although that existence had a powerful background, Lin Ling's background wasn't weak. It was just the martial god realm. It wasn't like he hadn't been there before. Considering your age, I might spare your life if you kneel down and kowtow to me. Lin Ling's cold laughter drifted out. Without a doubt, that mysterious existence was taken aback. Then he laughed out of anger. It had been a long time since he had seen such an arrogant junior. Almost at the same time, Lin Ling moved again. The reincarnation ring was activated by him once more. Unfortunately, this law martial technique didn't have much effect. It was destroyed by that mysterious existence. Lin Ling's flame of the underworld is completely useless. Lin Ling is in danger. Looking at the overwhelming scene in the sky, everyone could already guess the result. Even the ancient overlord from the Ghost Clan and the Demon Clan in the sky sneered. Sigh, it seems like we can't win. Tell Lin Ling to admit defeat. Unaging Buddha Lord sighed softly. In this final battle, there is no surrender. There is only life and death. However, the extreme young godly monarch said coldly. Martial God Tian Yu and the others narrowed their eyes. The extreme young godly monarch wanted to destroy the number one genius of the human race. That's right, Lin Ling proposed this battle to the death. How can it end just because he admitted defeat? Let them continue fighting. The ancient giants of the ghost and demon races also spoke. They wanted to kill the number one genius of the human race. Bastard. Martial God Tian Yu and the others had ugly expressions. They looked at the ground again and saw that Lin Ling was still fighting. They immediately fell silent. Chapter 2095. Soul Seal. At this moment, Lin Ling was indeed still fighting tenaciously. However, the result was that his situation was not good. He was almost killed several times. He could sense that Heavenly God Nine Suns' power was very strong, but it didn't come from Heavenly God Nine Suns himself. It came from that mysterious existence. Whoosh! Lin Ling's right arm was once again penetrated by the golden beam of light. He finally retreated, his face somewhat pale. Brother Ling, on the ground, the worried voices of Yu Yu and the others rang out, causing Lin Ling to bitterly smile. He had promised Yu Yu and the others this battle. Could it be that he had to admit defeat and end things here? If that was the case, how was he going to face Yu Yu and the others? However, if he didn't admit defeat, he really wasn't a match for Heavenly God Nine Suns, who was like an ancient giant. He never thought that Xianxia would encounter such a troublesome enemy so soon after he regained his memory. Haha, Lin Ling, weren't you very arrogant? Why are you panting like a cow now? Come on, pull yourself together and fight again. Heavenly God, Nine Sun let out an excited cry. Clearly, it was his own voice. However, One could tell that he was extremely excited at this moment. Just a clown, Lin Ling replied disdainfully. After pondering for a moment, he finally decided to give up on this battle. In reality, he still had a huge trump card that he hadn't used yet. It was the evasion domain. He was confident that he could use this domain to ignore Heavenly God Nine Sun's attacks. Unfortunately, he could only dodge and not attack. It was useless. Therefore, Lin Ling didn't use evasion domain. Something's wrong. Suddenly, Lin Ling's eyes lit up. In his mind, he thought of a soul martial art he had learned in the past. Soul Sealing Seal. This martial art was something he had learned from the 1,000-year-old ghost sect when he was weak. Its power was to seal souls, and that mysterious existence was clearly his soul body. If Lin Ling's soul power was stronger than his, then wouldn't he be able to seal his soul and turn defeat into victory? Of course, this was a bet. If that mysterious existence also had a terrifying soul force, then Lin Ling would be dead for sure. However, without any hesitation, Lin Ling's eyes flashed with decisiveness. A clash of souls was his only advantage. Fight! While he was deep in thought, Empyrean God Nine Suns flew over. His golden flames were extremely vast. He said disdainfully, "Hee, your fighting spirit is even more terrifying than I imagined. You actually didn't admit defeat? Or have you already guessed that even if you admit defeat, I will still kill you?" Upon hearing this, Lin Ling fell silent. He gathered all the flames of the underworld and merged them into his left palm. "Fight to the death. Sure enough, you're arrogant. Then I'll fulfill your wish." Heavenly God Nine Suns let out a cold roar and also unleashed his divine sun fire. Two palms from far to near madly collided. The moment the two attacks collided, the crowd exploded. They never thought that Lin Ling would risk his life. He was simply crazy. Lin Ling, Brother Ling, there's nothing wrong with admitting defeat. Everyone who knew Lin Ling was shouting at this moment. They knew that Lin Ling was very stubborn and would never admit defeat. However, sometimes the situation was not up to him. He had to admit defeat and kneel down. This guy, Martial God Tian Yu, and the others were startled. They did not expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant. They tried to stop him, but it was too late. On the other hand, the ancient authorities of the other three tribes chuckled coldly. Fighting with his back to the river, Lin Ling was really going all out. Was it because of his promise, or because of his martial heart? Bang! Under the crowd's gaze, the two flames collided once again. Without a doubt, Lin Ling was utterly defeated. Even the underworld flame seemed to have been extinguished. Meanwhile, a palm print was left on Lin Ling's chest. The golden flames were burning fiercely, causing him to vomit blood. It was obvious that he had lost. On top of that, he was most likely going to die. Seeing this, the crowd shook their heads. It was like trying to smash an egg against a rock. The outcome was not out of their expectations. "You're considered a junior with a backbone, barely enough to catch my attention. I'll leave you with a complete corpse." Heavenly God Nine Suns said calmly while maintaining his posture. "Don't try to flaunt your seniority in front of me. When I was dominating the world, you were still drinking milk." Bang! What surprised Heavenly God Nine Suns was that Lin Ling's backbone was stronger than he had imagined. Even though death was approaching, his aura did not diminish. "Moreover, before I die, you will die too." Bang! Lin Ling raised his head and said with difficulty, Bang! Heavenly God Nine Suns was stunned. Lin Ling had the means to kill him. However, it was just a dream. "Well then, you could go to hell." Bang! Heavenly God Nine Suns sneered disdainfully. The terrifying golden flames became even more frenzied. However, at this moment, Lin Ling's right hand, which he had been keeping behind his back, finally slammed forward. "You too." Soul Sealing Seal. Bang! This fast slap was accompanied by a terrifying soul power. It was as if a stone tablet had appeared. On the tablet, there were two shocking words: Soul Sealing Seal. Soul power. You actually have soul power. However, is your soul comparable to mine? Soul Sealing Seal. Heavenly God Nine Suns was slightly surprised, but he quickly smiled confidently. This smile caused Lin Ling's heart to skip a beat. This mysterious existence's sole power did not seem weak either. However, now that the arrow was knocked, it had no choice but to release it. Die for me. Soul sealing seal. His soul power became even more frenzied, surging into his right hand like a tide. What? Level 500 soul power? Impossible. How can there be someone with a soul power of level 500 in this world? Soul sealing seal. As the palm came closer and closer, Heavenly God Nine Suns' face finally became filled with shock. Previously, he was still confident because he thought that Lin Ling would not be able to cause any big waves. However, who would have thought that this junior would be so mysterious? His soul power had reached a terrifying level. Most importantly, with such a terrifying soul force, this junior actually didn't use it. This was simply a waste of a heavenly treasure. No, soul sealing seal. The mysterious existence's voice became more and more anxious. He wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. Never would he have imagined that after being reborn, he would fall in his first battle. Moreover, he would fail miserably. He wanted to dominate the world. Bang! The palm landed heavily between Heavenly God Nine Suns' eyebrows. Instantly, the golden flame mark disappeared. Meanwhile, Lin Ling was overjoyed. He could sense that the old man's soul had been suppressed and was gradually disappearing from the world. How lucky! If that old man's soul power had been just a little bit stronger, today would have been the day of Lin Ling's death. Bang! At the same time, a dull sound rang out. Heavenly God Nine Suns spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. His miserable appearance undoubtedly shocked the entire 100-Year Mountain. Even the ancient giants in the sky had their mouths agape. What happened? Wasn't Lin Ling supposed to die? Why was it Heavenly God Nine Suns who was sent flying? They looked at Lin Ling again and discovered that Lin Ling was beginning to recover. His powerful physical body was showing its effects. The golden flames on his body were beginning to extinguish. The God-Devil body was clearly terrifying. Heavenly God Nine Suns was standing there in a daze, constantly shouting, Senior, are you still there? Where are you? That brat is not dead yet. Please come out and kill him. Heavenly God Nine Suns did not seem to know that his trump card had been destroyed. No need to shout. He is already dead. Chapter 2096. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios 1 should be forgiving whenever possible. Without that person, I like to see what right you have to be so arrogant. When everyone heard this, they saw that Lin Ling had already charged towards Heavenly God Nine Suns. A terrifying punch was hurled out at high speed, causing Heavenly God Nine Suns to spit out blood and fly backward. Heavenly God Nine Suns seemed to be in an extremely weak state. Of course, Lin Ling was the same. However, Lin Ling had an advantage. His body was invincible. In the state where neither of them could use flames, Lin Ling was obviously more ferocious. Bang, bang, bang. Under countless gazes, the number one genius of the god race was sent flying back and forth like a sandbag. He crashed into the ground and was sent flying into the sky. This sudden turn of events left the experts of the four clans dumbfounded, and they even felt like they were dreaming. Blood splattered from the sky. Heavenly God Nine Suns was in an extremely sorry state. Looking at Lin Ling, he was like a butterfly that had broken out of its cocoon. He was bold and unrestrained, domineering and magnificent. Senior. Heavenly God Nine Suns was still roaring, calling out his trump card. He was completely flustered. Relying on an outsider? Do you think it's your strength? Lin Ling's terrifying punch directly woke him up from his dream and broke his jaw with a single punch. You said that heaven-blessed martial god deserved to die, that he was an idiot, but now you deserve it even more. Bang, bang, bang. The crazy punches shook the heavens and earth. Heavenly God Nine Suns was awakened. Although his body was in pain, his heart was in even more pain. He had hidden such a trump card, but it seemed like it had been destroyed by Lin Ling. This Lin Ling seemed to be omnipotent. I admit defeat. Finally, he shouted out loud. In the sky, the ancient giants of the three races appeared one after another. They were extremely fast. Clearly, they had been waiting for this moment. Heavenly God Nine Sons was the last seed of the God race. He could not fall here. He has already admitted defeat. Stop. The Sun God King appeared high and mighty and reprimanded Lin Ling. The great demon king of the devil race and the ghost race expert also coldly stared at Lin Ling, forcing Lin Ling. Aren't you people a bit too shameless? Earlier, you didn't allow Lin Ling to admit defeat. Now that Heavenly God Nine Sons is about to be defeated, you people run out to uphold justice? Even Martial God Skypass and the other ancient giants appeared. The Sun God King's expression changed slightly, but he was still emotionless. Today, the 5 spots have been decided. There is no need to fight anymore. He chose to ignore what he had said before. After all, Heavenly God Nine Sons had to be protected at all costs. Haha, the celestial race can't afford to lose. Seeing the Sun God King's domineering appearance, the human race's side immediately burst into laughter. Just a bunch of ants. The Sun God King ignored them. He looked at Martial God Skypass and the others and said, "Today's 4-race tournament is over. Heavenly God Nine Sons, Lin Ling, Yu, and Yuer, and Primeval Lord of Origin have all entered the top 5. Prepare for the battle of creation in 3 years." He treated himself as the first ancient giant and directly made the final decision. The battle isn't over yet. Martial God Skypass and the others were no fools. They immediately retorted coldly. Everything in this world was very fair. Lin Ling had risked his life, so Heavenly God Nine Sons had to bet his life as well. It's already over. I agreed to be ranked 5th in the 4-race tournament, so Lin Ling can't fight anymore. In the distance, Heavenly God Nine Sons was no fool. He hurriedly spoke up. As long as he didn't die today, he would definitely kill Lin Ling in the future. Did you hear that? He has completely admitted defeat, so follow the rules. Don't forget, there are rules in the 4-race tournament. Some people can't do whatever they want. The Sun God King said again. That's right. If you want to break the rules, then we'll accompany you. Let's see who will have more casualties. The great demon king of the demon race sneered. None of the demon race's geniuses entered the top 5, so they couldn't let the human race dominate. They would definitely support the divine's race. The ghost race also had the same thought. He said darkly, "You humans already have 4 seeds. Are you still not satisfied? Aren't you too greedy?" As an ancient giant of the human race, I also support the divine's race. After all, there are rules in the 4-race tournament. Admitting defeat ends. At this time, Martial God Death Arrow, who had agreed with all the saints, also spoke. Immortal Drunken Wine smiled faintly. He came to Martial God Death Arrow's side, showing his support for the latter. In this way, only Martial God Skypass, the Mortal World Guardian, Spiritual Master came, and Martial God Yungu supported Lin Ling. The 4 of them were obviously not enough to fight against the Divine's race's experts. For a moment, they were so angry that they gritted their teeth. These people were shameless enough. All right, everything is for the sake of the battle of creation. So where it is possible to make mistakes, one should be lenient. Everyone, just take a step back. The Sun God Emperor spoke again. This time, he was extremely polite. However, let's forgive and forget. Previously, when Lin Ling had almost died, Heavenly God Nine Sons didn't spare his life. On the human side, everyone was furious. Unfortunately, they could only be angry and couldn't vent their anger. Martial God Skypass sighed softly. He knew that the situation was beyond his control. He finally spoke, but before his voice could be heard, a cold voice came from the sky. "I'll go fuck your mother. Let's forgive and forget." When this voice came out, the experts of the 4 races were all stunned. They looked at the person who spoke and found that it was Lin Ling. "Do you know what you're saying?" The Sun God Emperor's face turned ugly. Although Lin Ling had some skills, he hadn't reached their level. Moreover, Martial God Skypass and the others had tacitly agreed. Why did Lin Ling have to speak? Sun God Emperor, right? I'm saying, I'll go fuck your mother. Did you hear me? Or was my voice not loud enough? Then I'll say it again. I'll go fuck your mother. Let's go fuck your mother. Lin Ling walked forward step by step, his face extremely cold. Saving people at the critical moment? Did they think he was a fool? Previously, he had promised Yu and the others that he would fight with his life. His goal was to kill Heavenly God 9 sons. At that time, he wasn't even afraid of death. Why would he be afraid of the ancient giants now? Seeing Lin Ling curse, the ancient giants were enraged. Seeing this, Lin Ling wasn't afraid. Instead, he smiled and walked step by step toward Heavenly God 9 sons. He pointed at him and said, "This guy borrowed the power of others to fight me. He broke the rules first. If I could borrow external power, I would have used the primordial divine crow and other trump cards. At that time, why didn't you come out and say the words rules?" As soon as he finished speaking, the humans nodded. It was the truth. The Sun God Emperor and the others were stunned. They couldn't refute. He wanted to kill me before. You were watching the show from the sky. In the end, after he failed, you righteously came out to uphold justice. Fuck your mother's justice. Chapter 2097. This reward is more like it. Divine Crystal, Martial God Tianyu, and the others were shocked. This reward is very generous. Even the 7 emperors sucked in a breath of cold air. Although they had never seen such a treasure before, they had heard of it. It was said that it could increase the strength of a martial emperor rapidly. Is this the reward for the champion of the 4-race competition? Lin Ling asked curiously. That's right. Is this reward enough to shut your mouth? Sun God Emperor said coldly. He. Lin Ling laughed again. He stretched out his right hand and quickly grabbed Heavenly God 9 sons' neck. He exerted a sudden force, and with a bang, Heavenly God 9 sons' neck was broken. Heavenly God 9 sons' eyes were wide open as his head fell from the sky. He had never imagined that Lin Ling would dare to kill him in front of an ancient giant. Moreover, Lin Ling had done it so decisively that he could not react in time. Crazy. He thought that Lin Ling would restrain himself after the arrival of the God Emperor. Therefore, he was not afraid of Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling's arrogance had exceeded his imagination. This reward is more like it. Lin Ling acted as if he was doing the most normal thing. He shook the blood off his hand and said indifferently, "Silence." The 100-year mountain was dead silent. 9 sons had fallen just like that. Moreover, he had died in front of the ancient overlords. This sudden change in the plot had happened too quickly. Most importantly, the reward Lin Ling wanted was not divine crystals, but to kill Heavenly God 9 sons. You're courting death. Sun God Emperor and the others were shocked. They did not expect Lin Ling to be so decisive. Because Lin Ling had been discussing with him a moment ago, who could have guessed that he would be so ruthless in the next moment? However, they were certain that Lin Ling was ignoring them. He had even given them a slap in the face. Of course, it was not just them. Even Martial God Tianyu and the others were shocked. They then smiled bitterly. There was going to be a tough battle ahead. Great. We could have given you a reward, but you did not want it. Instead, you wanted to kill the last seed of the divine race. What is your motive? You have completely violated the rules. Kill him. He was afraid that Heavenly God 9 sons would rise to power in 3 years, so he killed him. Too shameless. Kill him. The ghost race and devil race's great devil kings weren't enraged. Instead, they wanted to use this opportunity to kill Lin Ling. You talk about rules again and again, but stop bullshitting me. To put it bluntly, isn't it still about strength and bullying others with numbers? However, in the face of the monstrous killing intent of those ancient giants, Lin Ling spoke without fear. No matter what, being able to kill you is enough. Furthermore, with your status, you have the right to disregard us. That makes you even more deserving of death. Sun God King has been high and mighty all his life. This is the first time he has been so angry. Moreover, they have many ancient giants on their side. They can definitely kill Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled for the third time, which made those great demon kings frown. They realized that every time this junior smiled mysteriously, things would always go beyond their expectations. Playing with identity? Playing with more people? I'll accompany you. Lin Ling waved his sleeve and pointed into the distance. Whoosh! A sword slashed over. The 100-Year Mountain was split into two, shocking the heavens and earth. A cold swordsman appeared. Moreover, he appeared in a strange manner. In fact, he appeared in an extremely flirtatious manner. Playing with my master, I'll accompany you. Whoosh! Whoosh! Another sword slashed out. The terrifying power of the laws caused the ancient giants of the devil race and ghost race to move aside and avoid that sword. Who is this person? How arrogant! Although that sword didn't kill any ancient giants, it undoubtedly shocked everyone. I'm Sword Immortal Tsang Tian. A wine pot appeared in the man's hand. He arrogantly drank from it. Below his mouth was a beard that had experienced the vicissitudes of life, giving off an extremely mysterious feeling. The Sun God King and the other ancient giants were furious. However, after hearing that name, they suppressed their anger and their expressions became solemn. Sword Immortal Tsang Tian was both good and evil. He was both a demon and a human. He was also an ancient existence. Even the heavenly earth was his mansion in the past. However, such a person had disappeared without a trace, causing no one to know if he was still alive. Today, he had returned once again. That's Sword Immortal Tsang Tian. What a powerful aura. As expected, the battle of creation is coming. This ancient giant has also returned. So handsome. I heard that he's the #1 swordsman of the 4 eras. Without a doubt, the crowd began to discuss spiritedly, especially Immortal Drunken Wine. He looked at Sword Immortal Tsang Tian excitedly. Compared to the eras, Sword Immortal Tsang Tian's background was deeper than his. In fact, part of the reason why he could become an ancient giant was because of Sword Immortal Tsang Tian. Now, he saw the person that he worshipped again. Is that enough? At this moment, Lin Ling smiled and interrupted the shock of the crowd. He waved his sleeve again. Rumble. In the distant sky, a huge island floated over. Moreover, its roar shook the heavens. Countless people saw a black dragon on its back. It was majestic and majestic. Moreover, there seemed to be a large number of steel houses on the island. It looked like a prison. What kind of terrifying existence is that? The old dragon that carries the prison? Could it be the legendary one? Are you talking about the ancient giant of the chaotic demons sea? The crowd was in an uproar again. Those who did not know the origin of the black dragon were asking around curiously. The master of the oldest prison in the human world. You can say that all the vicious experts of the 4 eras are under his control. This expert, who is even more vicious than the criminals, is called the Dark Dragon Emperor. Some of the older elders said in fear, TSK, TSK. Without any suspense, there was a series of gasps. The criminals of the 4 eras must be powerful and vicious. Wouldn't the person who could suppress them be even more vicious than the criminals? Dark Dragon Emperor. The great demon lords of the demon race were shocked. Little ones, kill them all. Sure enough, the black dragon said in a hoarse voice. His ferocity made the experts on the ground pale. If the ferocious ancient giant attacked, they would die. Even the 7 emperors were trembling with fear. Little Black, don't be rash. However, Martial God Yungu said in a cold voice. The black dragon withdrew his ferocity. After dropping the island on his back, he flew into the sky and turned into a man in a black robe. The Sun God Emperor and the others stared at the Dark Dragon Emperor and Sword Immortal Tsang Tian. They could clearly feel that these two were extremely difficult to deal with. Why were they here? Immortal Drunken Wine was the first to speak. He smiled warmly. Sword Immortal Tsang Tian, do you remember me? Oh. Sword Immortal Tsang Tian looked at him coldly and nodded in surprise. I remember. The wine you're drunken in is good. I drank with you before. Immortal Drunken Wine nodded slightly, but he was overjoyed. In front of all the ancient giants and the 4 races, He told everyone that he knew Sword Immortal Song Tian. At the same time, he glanced at martial god Tian Yu and the others. He was proud of himself. Of course, he also looked at Lin Ling with disdain. Little White, who allowed you to talk to him? Also, what's with the wine in your hand? Who allowed you to drink in front of me? Chapter 2098. My name is Li Xiaoyao. Hearing those words, everyone fell into a momentary daze. Even the ancient giants were the same. Little White? Who is that? Moreover, even the ancient giants of the four eras had returned. Does Lin Ling have the right to speak? Immortal Drunken Wine almost burst out laughing. He shook his head and said, although I don't know which idiot Xiao Bai is, do you have the right to speak in front of all of us? The idiot Xiao Bai you're talking about is me. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Sword Immortal Song Tian replied coldly. Everyone could hear the thick murderous intent in his words. He seemed to be familiar with Immortal Drunken Wine a moment ago, but the next moment he showed his murderous intent. His attitude changed too quickly. Boom! The entire world seemed to be struck by countless lightning bolts. The Sword Immortal Song Tian was called Xiao Bai. Who gave him this name? It was too unique. As for Immortal Drunken Wine, his face was pale. He did not understand why Sword Immortal Song Tian would suddenly hate him. He looked at Sword Immortal Song Tian in disbelief. You're called Xiao. Xiao. Xiao Bai. Huh. Xiao Bai. As soon as the name was said, Sword Immortal Song Tian seemed to explode. His gaze was like a sword. Other than Lin Ling, who else had the right to call him Xiao Bai? Dang, dang, dang. Immortal Drunken Wine took 3 steps back. His face was even paler. Sword Immortal Song Tian's hatred towards him seemed to be growing. What are you waiting for? Bring the wine over. Xiao Bai. At this moment, Lin Ling said again. His voice was majestic. This undoubtedly made everyone more confused. Lin Ling asked Sword Immortal Song Tian to bring him wine. Not only the crowd, but even the 7 emperors were confused. Not far from them, Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others were also shocked. Ancestor Extreme Flame quickly shouted, Linger, don't. Xiao Bai. What a joke. Right now, Lin Ling had already offended the likes of the Sun God King. If he were to offend the Firmament Sword Immortal as well, then even the Daluo Immortals would not be able to save Lin Ling. Most importantly, each and every one of these guys from the ancient times was filled with murderous intent. However, what happened next left Patriarch Extreme Flame at a loss. Xiao Bai's useless. I don't need his wine. I've already prepared 10,000 years of good wine. Under everyone's gazes, before Sword Immortal Song Tian could do anything, the ferocious black-robed man smiled and took out a flagon of wine. Then he offered it to Lin Ling with both hands. Drunk. Everyone was drunk. Even the ancient giants were the same. Didn't that guy with the most terrifying, vicious aura kill people like Scything Flax? Why did he give wine to Lin Ling? Moreover, why did he have such a ferocious expression when facing others, but fawning over Lin Ling? The experts of the 4 races felt as if their eyeballs were about to fall to the ground. They rubbed their eyes again and again, biting their lips to see if they were hallucinating. At least several 100,000 of them had their lips bleeding. Even Patriarch Extreme Flame was the same. The law overlord of the 7 emperors was even more vicious. He slapped himself so hard that he vomited blood. Only then did he say with certainty, "It hurts, it hurts." However, something that made them feel like they were in a dream appeared once again. Little Black, you're courting death. How dare you steal my credit? Sword Immortal Song Tian angrily roared. As if vying for credit, he flew in front of Lin Ling and offered the fine wine in his hand. Drink mine. This is 900 million peach blossom wine. It's brewed from 900 million types of peach blossom petals that have just bloomed after the rain. This is the only flagon in the world. Yours is urine. Mine is wine brewed from the 92 currents of the chaotic demon sea. It has 92 flavors. Drink mine. 2 ancient giants were actually fighting over the wine. Smack. Moreover, to everyone's horror, Lin Ling didn't seem to be happy when the others gave him the wine. He slapped each of them. With my current strength, Do you think I can drink this tonic wine? He actually thought the wine was too tonic. The crowd was even more intoxicated. I was wrong. I'll punish myself by drinking 3,000 cups. Faced with the two slaps, the two ancient giants with strong ferocity and demonic auras lowered their heads and said, at this moment, even the Sun God Emperor and the others were confused. Lin Ling looked at the silent world and let out a sigh. It was time to announce his identity. He said calmly, Sun God Emperor, you said before that I don't have the right to ignore you, right? The Sun God Emperor remembered what he said before. He indeed thought that Lin Ling didn't have the right to kill 9 suns god, so he nodded. Huh, then I'll tell you my right now. Lin Ling's gaze swept across the crowd. Martial God Yun, spiritual master, came, and the others were all excited. Among them, Martial God Yin came to Lin Ling and knelt down together with Sword Immortal Xianxia and Dark Dragon Emperor. Greetings, Master. As soon as his voice came out, it was earth-shattering. Countless people were so shocked that they bit their chins until they broke. This time, their chins fell to the ground. I'm Xianxia, the first emperor of the 4 great eras. Lin Ling accepted the kneeling of Martial God Yun and the others as a matter of course. Then he said word by word, Master. The 3 authorities growled once again in an extremely respectful tone. Boom! Heaven and earth shook. Legend has it that Sword Immortal Xianxia is the Master's disciple. So is Martial God Yun. Now that they are kneeling together, could it be true? Also, Dark Dragon Emperor, who is in charge of the oldest prison in the human realm, seems to be the master too. So, Lin Ling is really the reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao. Cries of astonishment took place one after another. Martial God Tianyu and the others squinted their eyes. From a certain point of view, Lin Ling was their senior. This made them laugh bitterly. No wonder the young man was neither arrogant nor servile to them. It turned out that it was not an act. You are Li Xiaoyao? The Sun God Emperor's face turned pale. Let me prove it. Sword Immortal Xianxia stood up with a cold smile. He swung his hand. No one could see through his sword. It was too fast. Hundreds of millions of laws surged out, causing the Sun God Emperor to explode with powerful laws. However, in the end, he managed to block the sword. However, the shock in his heart grew stronger. You tell me, am I qualified? Almost at the same time, Lin Ling said coldly. The Sun God Emperor was speechless. The great demon lord of the demon race did not refute. So did the Ghost Emperor. Immortal Drunken Wine and Death Arrow Martial God looked as if their parents had died. If Lin Ling was the reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao, then how could he not be qualified? You said that we have fewer people, and you have more people. Now, open your dog eyes and take a look. We have fewer people. Lin Ling's long hair fluttered. The aura of the number 1 emperor finally spread out. It was all-powerful and looked down on the world. With just a glance, the Sun God Emperor and the others were shocked. At this moment, they did not see Lin Ling, but the number 1 monster of the 4 eras, Li Xiaoyao. On the ground, the experts of the 4 races were the same. They stared at the blue-robed young man as if they were staring at the number 1 emperor. Fight him! Lin Ling shouted again. The 3 disciples immediately unleashed their auras. Spiritual Master came. Martial God Tianyu and the Guardian of the Human Realm also revealed their battle state. In the distance, the experts of the 18 islands of the Spirit Tribe had also arrived. Chapter 2099. Unite the Human Race. How dare you disrespect my master? Die. Motherfucker. All the prisoners come out and kill them all. Kill one, and I'll reduce their sentence by 1,000 years. Go. You kittens and puppies want to play with my master? You're too inexperienced. Sword Immortal Song Heaven and the other 2 were all people who wanted to see the world in chaos. Therefore, they all attacked like crazy. Wait, why don't we end today's matter here? Our goal is the Battle of Creation 3 years later. Shake hands and make peace. The Sun God Emperor started to panic. In truth, with their strength, they were not really afraid of the Sword Immortal Xianxia trio. However, among the 3 of them, one was ferocious and the other was demonic. They could be considered lunatics. They would not even bat an eyelid if they wanted to die together with you. How could they not be afraid in the face of such madmen? I told you to make peace. I told you to make peace. Sword Immortal Song Heaven was indeed a sword maniac as he slashed out crazily with his sword. The Dark Dragon Emperor wasn't any better. He looked like he was going all out. Looking at the experts of the Devil Race and Ghost Race, they each had their own ulterior motives and were not united at all. Therefore, they were being slaughtered in an extremely miserable manner. Lin Ling, do you really want to start a war? The crown on the Sun God King's head was also cut off, and his long hair was a bit messy. Didn't you want to play? I'm just playing with you. Lin Ling said without fear. Why don't we let this matter rest? If we really want to fight, then the battle of creation will be meaningless. Moreover, if we continue to force them, our army will charge in and fight to the death with the human race. The Sun God King said again. Hee, are you scared? How could Lin Ling not know such a threat? He sneered and said, if we have to risk our lives, then so be it. Our human race may suffer countless casualties, but we are known for our tenacity. At worst, we will rise again after 1,000 years. That's right. This world belongs to us. You all have your own territories. You've killed your way into our territory, yet you're still so arrogant. So what if we fight with our lives? Follow Master Li Xiaoyao, no, follow Master Lin Ling. Kill. On the ground below, the human race seemed to have found their backbone. Their aura became magnificent, and the scene was extremely shocking. Ever since the invasion of the demon race, all the big shots of the human realm had swallowed their anger, but only Lin Ling had the backbone to say those words. These words undoubtedly showed the pride of the human race. You're not following the rules. The great demon kings of the demon race also felt that the situation had become troublesome. Haha, don't you guys know that my master is never someone who plays by the rules? Rules are nothing to him. Furthermore, the discussion between you ancient era's giants is your business. My master did not participate. Martial God Yungu and Sword Immortal Song Tian both sneered. Martial God Tian Yu and the others smiled wryly. It would be crazy if Lin Ling was in charge of this world. He would kill anyone who dared to challenge him. However, they were quite pleased. At least compared to the others, Lin Ling was more responsible and domineering, more like a king. If each of you hand over 10 divinity crystals, we'll forget about what happened today. Lin Ling took a sip of the Dark Dragon Emperor's wine and said, in your dreams, the ancient era's giants roared at the same time. Divinity crystals were too precious. They did not have many of them. Fight! Lin Ling continued to drink. Fight! The Sun God Emperor and the others roared. However, the ancient era's giants of the ghost race and demon race still had their own plans. They only cared about themselves and did not take the lead. The Sun God Emperor wanted to curse. Because of Lin Ling, the human race had become an iron plate, while the ancient era's giants were like scattered sand. Fine, I'll give it to you. In the end, the Sun God Emperor gritted his teeth and said he did not expect Lin Ling to rise in the 4-tribe competition and become one of the ancient era's giants. With that, he threw out a ring that contained 10 divinity crystals. His face was filled with pain. Of course, he glared at the ancient era's giants of the demon race and ghost race. These guys were too cunning. You're really giving it to us? Sure. The great demon kings of the demon race also felt the pain. In fact, they were fanning the flames before. They could not wait for the god race and the human race to clash so that they could take advantage of the situation. Who would have thought that Lin Ling would suddenly erupt and summon the human race, beating them until they could not react? Now, if they were to clash with Lin Ling, the Sun God Emperor would probably watch with folded arms. He could not wait for them to clash with Lin Ling. Therefore, they had to suffer this loss even if they did not want to. Fine, I'll give it to you. Catch! The ancient era's giants of the demon race and ghost race threw out their rings. If their gazes could kill, they would have killed Lin Ling 1,000 times over. Unfortunately, Lin Ling could simply ignore those gazes. With his 3 disciples, he had nothing to fear. Moreover, if he really wanted to fight with his life on the line, his side would not suffer too much. Of course, fighting with his life on the line, was also killing 1,000 enemies and suffering 800 casualties. Lin Ling was obviously not stupid enough to do so. Today's matter ends here. See you in the Genesis battle. I hope you don't forget our agreement. The ancient Era's giants of the demon race and ghost race said coldly. They had compromised partly because of the Genesis battle. Although Lin Ling was the reincarnation of Xianxia, his cultivation was still too low. With 3 years left, Lin Ling's strength was limited no matter how strong he was. As for Sword Immortal Song Tian and the others, they were confident that they could win in a one-on-one battle. All right, see you in the Genesis battle. Lin Ling nodded. It was a good agreement for the ancient Era's giants to clash and decide the outcome of the battle. Let's go. After the Sun God Emperor and the other ancient Era's giants left, they realized that they had not gained any advantage in the four-tribe competition. Not only did none of their seeds enter the Genesis battle, but they had also lost a lot of deity crystals. Wait, are you not going to pay the bet? Martial God Tianyue suddenly said. Bastard. The Sun God Emperor and the other experts trembled. They were going to lose a lot of money again. Endure. After the Genesis battle, they were going to take it all back. Whoosh! Rings filled with deity crystals were fired at Martial God Tianyue. The latter smiled. He had earned a lot today. Let's go. The experts of the demon race, ghost race, and deity race also left with a dark expression. It was undeniable that the human race had won a big round today. Get lost. Leave our homeland as soon as possible. The human race's side cheered. It was the first time they were so proud since the demon race's invasion. The human race has the most spots in the four-tribe competition. Today's victory, in 3 years, the human race will win again and take back our homeland. It's Lin Ling. Crazy voices echoed in the 100-Year Mountain. Countless eyes were looking at the handsome young man in the sky. They were all excited. Even the 7 emperors were so excited that their eyes were wet. Lin Ling's appearance, fame, and talent had given the human race hope and made them unite. Chapter 2100. The human realm. He admired Lin Ling even more. So handsome. Wow. Among the excited crowd, Princess Firecloud and Ao looked at the sky enviously. That man was getting farther and farther away from them. They had to look up to him forever, but at this moment they were convinced. No wonder the ancestor wanted to protect Lin Ling when he came to the Fire Clan. Alas, I misjudged him. Ao sighed after being excited. Princess Firecloud's face was a bit sad. She looked down on Lin Ling in the past, but today she could never climb up to Lin Ling. The same thing happened to other acquaintances. My master's master. Wow. Jade Lake Heavenly Mother stared blankly at the sky and knelt down. No wonder Martial God Yungu didn't give her face, because she had offended her master. I have to call him ancestor, but he's so young. Jade Lake Heavenly Mother smiled bitterly and shook her head. On the other side, the reincarnated Li Xiao Yao, Fallen Dust, was also dumbfounded. He was a fake. Lin Ling was the real one. Thinking of the admiring gazes he had enjoyed all these years and the treatment he was receiving now, he spat out a mouthful of blood. What are you doing, fake? Don't spit blood on me. Wow. Oh, isn't this Fallen Dust? You deceived us and made us think you were Li Xiao Yao. Liar, liar, liar. The crowd looked at Fallen Dust with disdain. Pooh! Fallen Dust spat out another mouthful of blood and left gloomily. He felt terrible because he was the one who should be enjoying the treatment. This world was very fair. When Lin Ling was being bullied and grew up step by step, Fallen Dust's starting point was higher, and he enjoyed the admiration of thousands. However, the higher he stood, the more painful the fall. He should have known that after this matter was exposed, he would have a day like this. Unfortunately, at that time, he couldn't give up on the admiration and chose to continue deceiving. In the end, he fell painfully and was too ashamed to see anyone. Some people were disappointed, and some were happy. Little Flame, the 9 spirits of heaven. Everyone who knew Lin Ling was stunned. The reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao. It was said that he was the #1 Emperor Realm Master of the 4 Great Eras. He was also the first master to visit the Martial God Realm. Oh my god, boss is actually my idol. Lin Ling is my idol, and Li Xiaoyao is also my idol. Who would have thought that they were actually the same person? How did Big Brother become Li Xiaoyao? Then should I call this scoundrel Li Xiaoyao or Lin Ling? Little Flame and Princess Wu Ling still found it hard to believe. Princess Fire Spirit, didn't you always call him a scoundrel? So I'll continue to call him scoundrel. After all, whether it's Li Xiaoyao or Lin Ling, he's actually Lin Ling, Yu Munyun said with a smile. She was extremely excited because her man protected them again. What about me? Ling, seems to be older than me. Should I call him senior? Ancestor Tai, Yin said while blowing his beard. Yu and the others giggled. Grandpa, Brother Ling is reincarnated, but it doesn't mean that he's completely Li Xiaoyao. In his heart, you'll always be his most respected grandpa. Hearing this, Ancestor Tai Yan's heart relaxed. His eyes looked around. In the sky, the handsome young man had already walked down with a smile. An indescribable feeling rose in Ancestor Tai Yan's heart. At this moment, he seemed to have seen the most dazzling Emperor Realm Master of the ancient era. However, a young man's figure merged with that Emperor Realm Master. That young man's laughter, his pride after every battle, his respect for him every time, and that unerasable familial affection. Everything seemed to be real. Grandpa, I won. Only when the proud voice came from the sky did Ancestor Tai Yan's eyes become moist. Lin Ling was still Lin Ling. He was still the cheerful and lively young man of the past. He was still the same young man who blocked the wind and rain and looked at him as if he was asking for credit. Ling Ancestor Tai Yin strode over. His heart was even more excited. After chatting for a while, the crowd separated one after another. But without a doubt, Li Xiaoyao's return was like a bolt from the blue. The human world was shaking. Lin Ling, a legend of the human world, had once again reached the top of the world. He had become one of the strongest ancient cultivators of the human world. He was the leader of all the ancient cultivators of the human world. Without a doubt, he was the key to the Genesis battle. The human world was even more confident about that battle. As for the other three clans, they didn't dare act arrogantly. If they said they weren't afraid of Li Xiaoyao's return, that would be a lie. However, they were still confident about the Genesis battle in 3 years. After all, strength was everything. Without strength, Xiaoyao was fake. With Lin Ling's current strength, in 3 years, no matter how monstrous he would at most have the strength of the 4th Martial Emperor layer. The sacred rainforest was unprecedentedly lively. All the strongest cultivators of the human world had gathered there. For example, the 2 Battle Kings of Champion University had to bow respectfully when they saw Lin Ling. God of Stone, back then, you invited me to join your camp. That was a great opportunity. I almost missed it. From now on, God of Stone, you're my brother. The 2 Battle Kings said excitedly. Li Xiaoyao's reincarnation was such a thick thigh. How could they miss it? Even though Lin Ling wasn't strong enough to be considered an ancient cultivator, with his 3 disciples, he was strong enough to dominate the world. Benefactor, you're back. At that moment, the celestial prawn who was guarding the magical river also arrived. The crowd was in an uproar. Little boy, you're finally back. At the same time, Grandma Wendao from the Great Saint region also arrived. When the old woman arrived, not many people knew her. However, when one of the strongest cultivators of the human world spoke, everybody realized how terrifying she was. She seemed to be the mother of the Great Saint region. And Taoists came. That day, Lin Ling welcomed all the strong cultivators of the human world. From this perspective, how powerful was Li Xiaoyao in the mortal realm in the past? Xiao Yin and the others looked at the strong cultivators excitedly. They didn't dare say anything. You're my master's brother? Does that mean you're more senior than me? After some greetings, the Firmament Sword Immortal coldly walked to Xiao Yin and the others, which frightened them. They all knew how horrible the Firmament Sword Immortal was. I heard about it too. You, the 9 spirits of heaven, are my master's disciples. The Dark Dragon King walked over with a glass of wine in his hand. You flatter me. You flatter me. The 9 spirits of heaven bitterly smiled and waved his hand. Is the leader of the prisoners going to eat me? You two, Wan Er and Yi Xiao. It is said that you are my master's disciples. Martial God, you walked over and said. Yi Xiao and Wan Er were terrified too. They all looked at Lin Ling at the same time. Xianyuan Zhouhun was so embarrassed that he shouted, Boss, save me. Everybody looked at him, but nobody felt ashamed. Who wouldn't be afraid of the man with the most terrifying demonic and ferocious nature? In fact, the 9 spirits of heaven didn't lose their minds because of fear. He was already quite calm. Help, brother. Xiaoyan's face turned pale, too. Chapter 2101. The way to enter the martial god realm. No, boss, you can't leave me to die. They're going to eat me. Big brother, I've been following you since I was very young. Little Flame, the 9 spirits of heaven and the others almost fell to their knees. What should he do? Hee. Sword Immortal Tsang Tian smiled. His smile was very flirtatious, but it made Little Flame and the others feel very cold. Greetings, seniors. But in the next moment, the actions of the 3 of them left Little Flame and the others dumbfounded. Sword Immortal Tsang Heaven and the other 2 actually toasted Little Flame and the others. After all, in the eyes of Sword Immortal Tsang Heaven, Little Flame and the others were like small shrimps. No, it should be the roots on the shrimps' heads. They were not even qualified to be shrimps. You're my master's brothers, so from another perspective, you're our seniors. In fact, you're even our martial uncles. Ancient martial god, Na Yun said. Martial uncle? Martial uncle? Little Flame and the others continued to be dumbfounded. How many of them were qualified? I told you to drink, so drink. Don't lose face in front of my disciple. Lin Ling said with a smile. Good. Why do I feel like this wine is so heavy? Little Flame and the rest smiled bitterly. Their hands trembled as they received the wine. These bastards. Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. He then looked at Sword Immortal Tsang Heaven and the others. They were already toasting Patriarch Extreme Flame and the others. They were toasting as juniors. Patriarch Extreme Flame and the others were also flattered. Greetings, mistresses. After that, Sword Immortal Tsang Heaven and the others bowed to Yu Yu and the others. When the crowd saw the actions of the 3 ancient giants, they were extremely envious. Only Lin Ling's friends had such good fortune to be able to make ancient giants toast them. Jade Lake Heavenly Mother, why haven't you come over to apologize to your grandmaster? Soon after, everyone saw a scene that made their eyeballs fall out. The magnificent Jade Lake Heavenly Mother, a legend of the mortal world, actually regarded Lin Ling as her grandmaster and knelt down to pay respects. Today, the sacred land of the rainforest had put on an unbelievable show. Lin Ling smiled wryly. Everything about his 3 disciples was good, but they were too respectful to him, causing an unnecessary commotion. Well, do what you have to do. Don't make a fool of yourself. Lin Ling had no choice but to stop him. Yes, master. The 3 disciples all saluted and then walked over with smiles. The Dark Dragon Emperor surprised everyone by kneeling down and said with snot and tears, Master, you are finally back. These years, Little Black has missed you day and night. After seeing you last time, Little Black missed you even more. The 5-feet-tall man was crying, which made people wonder if he was really the leader of the prisoners. Where did his fierceness go? Get lost. Lin Ling kicked him. Don't rub your snot on my pants. Towards his 3 disciples, he subconsciously had the dignity of a master. The crowd was dumbfounded. They even thought if the criminals in the human world prison knew that Lin Ling kicked their leader, would the prison riot? The Firmament Sword Immortal said, Master, my law energy has reached over 100 million. How can I break through? Also, how can I go to the martial god realm? These years, I have been cultivating bitterly, but I still can't touch the door. Master, please give me some advice. Hearing this, all the ancient giants and even the legends of the human world looked at Lin Ling. They also wanted to know the reason, because it was the goal of all martial artists. When you give birth to Jie Yuan, you are not far from the martial god realm. Lin Ling looked into the distance and said calmly, Jie Yuan, All the experts sucked in a breath of cold air. How do you give birth to Jieyuan? Martial God Tianyu trembled and asked anxiously. His attitude was very sincere. Those who were weaker naturally did not understand what Jieyuan was, but they could not help but be intoxicated by martial God Tianyu's respectful attitude. There are many ways. The easiest way is to kill 30 million experts with 100 million laws and devour their laws. Lin Ling said after recalling for a moment. Sizzle. The crowd gasped. An expert with 100 million laws was someone they could only look up to. How is it possible to kill 30 million experts with such strength? Besides, there were not many experts with such strength in this world. How cruel! Martial God Tianyu was startled. Not only was it cruel, it was also impossible. No wonder no one could enter the martial god realm. The other way is to comprehend it on your own, which depends on your luck. Above the law of heaven and earth is the law of Jieyuan. The so-called Jieyuan is actually the force of a world. Even if you have a wisp of it, it can still sweep away millions of laws. Lin Ling said. Li Xiaoyao had comprehended Jieyuan in the past. It seemed like he had to find the third statue as soon as possible. Comprehend it on your own. The ancient giants murmured. Although they were still confused, at least they had a direction. Thank you, Lin Ling. All the ancient giants bowed respectfully. Lin Ling waved his hand with a smile. Let's not talk about this. Let's drink. Drink. Everyone let go of the pressure in their hearts and drank to their heart's content. The lively atmosphere spread out, and it was only when night fell that the laughter died down. In the room, Lin Ling led Yu Yu and Yuer into the room. They looked at Lin Ling. Brother Ling, are you Li Xiaoyao or Lin Ling now? Lin Ling shook his head with a smile. Of course I'm Lin Ling. I've known you since I was young, so you can always treat me as Lin Ling. That's good. Yu Yu and the others sighed softly. They were still used to the current Lin Ling. With the moonlight shining through the window, the two beauties' faces were Hongyan, and their bodies were even more alluring. Staring at the two beauties, Lin Ling smiled evilly, and Yu Yu and the others narrowed their eyes. Brother Ling, your smile is so evil. What do you want to do? Hee, I want to do that. Lin Ling rubbed his hands and said. During this period of bitter cultivation, he had done less of that. Annoying. You can only do it 12 times this time. You're not allowed to stay up all night. The two beauties said shyly. Don't worry, I definitely won't stay up all night. Lin Ling nodded seriously. After the curtain was put down, sounds came from the room. After a round of passion, Lin Ling lay on the bed, his eyes shining. Yu Yu and Yuer were on his left and right. This time, we've obtained a lot of divine crystals. You can use them to cultivate. Before the battle of creation begins, your strength will definitely increase greatly. Yu Yu and the others were very talented. If their cultivation level increased, they wouldn't need to fear those ancient giants. However, it's a little difficult for me to have the strength of an ancient giant 3 years later, Lin Ling said again. His talent couldn't be compared to Yu Yu and the others. Brother Ling, when you obtained the divine body, why didn't you use it yourself? Yu Yu asked worriedly. That's because I would obtain a talent even more terrifying than the divine body. Therefore, my current talent can't be compared to yours, but it won't be long before I surpass you. I even have a feeling that my talent is unique even in the martial god realm. Lin Ling said confidently. Chapter 2102. Setting off for the demon realm, Lin Ling explained with a smile. Because I left the last statue in the ghost realm. It has everything I need. After a while, we can go look for the third statue. Brother Ling, we'll go with you. Yu Yu suggested, but Lin Ling shook his head. The process of looking for the third statue was obviously not easy, so it was better for Yu Yu and the others to stay at home. Then, he accompanied Yu Yu and the others to talk about their childhood memories, and the room was filled with laughter from time to time. It had to be said that Lin Ling liked this kind of peaceful day very much. In the following period of time, Lin Ling's cultivation increased again with the help of the divine crystals. He stepped into the second level of the martial emperor realm and was not far from the third level. As for Yu Yu and the others, it was even more exaggerated. They had all stepped into the third level of the Martial Emperor realm. In the Martial Emperor realm, the first to third level was the first stage, and the fourth to sixth level was the second stage. The power of the law in the second stage was extremely crazy, and the two stages were like a watershed. Unfortunately, it was difficult to increase the Martial Emperor realm. Most of the experts were stuck at the first level of the Martial Emperor realm for their entire lives, and it was difficult for them to break through unless they had treasures like the divine crystals. If he had not extorted the Sun God King and the others, he would not have had enough resources to break through. After Lin Ling broke through, he gave the divine crystals to Yu Yu and the others. He only kept one or two for himself, because after they broke through, their strength increased even more. However, after Lin Ling broke through, his strength had doubled, and his law had reached 100,000. Moreover, he had cultivated the fifth Azura path in the 6 paths of reincarnation. The 6 paths of reincarnation was indeed a great law of heaven and earth. The initial cultivation had an additional 100,000 laws. Lin Ling could erupt 200,000 laws in total. Moreover, this was only the initial stage. If he reached the peak stage, the Azura path would increase by 1,000,000 laws. During Lin Ling's days of cultivation, there were reports of various things that happened in the mortal realm. Perhaps, in the eyes of the mortal realm's experts, Lin Ling had already become the sovereign of the mortal realm. However, this kind of enviable thing was a headache for Lin Ling. He was more used to being a hands-off boss. However, Lin Ling's expression changed slightly when he received a piece of news from a certain big shot in the mortal realm. Internal strife within the demon race. The demon race had 5 great demon kings. Right now, one of the 4 great demon kings was about to attack the great demon king of the East. As for the great demon king of the East, he was Xianyuangu'er's father. Xianyuangu'er. Lin Ling muttered to himself. It was time to fulfill a promise that had lasted for thousands of years. Yu Yu and the others also knew that Xianyuangu was Lin Ling's first love in his past life. Not only were they not jealous of this, but they also accepted each other. This was because they knew what Xianyuangu had done for Lin Ling. Prepare to depart for the realm of true martial. Lin Ling's eyes were a little cold. In the past, Li Xiaoyao had promised Xianyuangu that he would look for Xianyuangu when he was the ruler of the world. However, Xianyuangu was already dead when Li Xiaoyao went there. In this life, Lin Ling also made the same promise. Now, although he had not reached Li Xiaoyao's strength, he was qualified to compete for the world. Therefore, how could he miss this promise again? He wanted the great demon king of the East to know that he, Lin Ling, was a man of his words. He wanted Xianyuangu to be proud of him because he, Lin Ling, had come to pick her up and no one could stop him. 3 days later, Lin Ling planned to depart. Father, are you going out again? He looked at Lin Ling with admiration. He was wearing a black vest, revealing his thin arms, but his spirit was trembling. Is becoming more and more like Brother Ling when he was young. Yu Yu and the others looked at Lin and smiled. They were very similar to father and son. The difference was that when Lin Ling was young, he was not as good as Lin. Lin Ling suffered setbacks and relied on his own perseverance to fight for the world step by step. After I leave, you have to practice diligently. Don't slack off. If something big happens, you have to stand up like a man and guard this place. Can you do that? Lin Ling touched Lin Yi's little head dotingly and pretended to be serious. Father, I can do it, Lin Yi said with his small chest out, which made Lin Ling smile happily. Then, he said goodbye to everyone and set off. Brother Ling, be careful. Yu Yu and the others looked at Lin Ling reluctantly, but Lin Ling waved his hand. This time, he only brought 3 people with him, who were his 3 disciples. After the rainforest holy land, there was a mortal came and other ancient giants, so Lin Ling was not very worried. This trip was to the realm of true martial, and there was only one way to enter from the demon area. Everyone was moved as they watched the young man leave. They were able to live happily because of that man who was there to shield them from all the storms and storms. Linger, go and come back early and bring back that little girl. It was not the first time that ancestor Tian saw Lin Ling go out, but every time he was very worried that Lin Ling would never come back. Okay. In the distance, Lin Ling smiled and waved his hand, then disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Master, are we going to the demon area? Let's turn it upside down. In the sky, Sword Immortal Xianxia and the others followed Lin Ling excitedly. It was thousands of years ago that they went out to practice with their master. Yes, kill, kill, kill. Master, I have brought out all the villains from the prison. As long as you give me the order, I will kill the great demon king of the East. Dark Dragon Emperor waved his fist and said, Slap. Lin Ling slapped him. The great demon king of the East is on our side. Who asked you to kill him? Dark Dragon Emperor nodded gloomily. Then what should we do now? Ancient Martial God Yungu looked at Lin Ling with admiration. Lin Ling's eyes flickered, and he pondered, before we reach the realm of true martial, we must hide our identity. If our identity is exposed, I am afraid that the great demon king of the demon clan will come to stop us. Although we are not afraid of them, it will affect us. Moreover, although you are very strong, there is always someone better. Hearing that, the three disciples were in disbelief. Lin Ling smiled and said, Let's not talk about other things. Take this world as an example. There's several people that I can't see through, such as Grandma Wan Dao, or a blue-robed young man that I met in the past called Gan Liangping. And this is what I know. There are probably some that I don't know, so it is right to keep a low profile. Amazing, the three disciples said solemnly. Lin Ling. At this time, an excited voice came from the ground. Lin Ling looked over and found that it was Xianxia Zi and his junior sister, Xianxia Guer. Seeing that, Lin Ling smiled. Xianxia Guer was fine, that was good. Then, he brought the three of them down from the sky. When Xianxia Guer saw Lin Ling, she became even more excited, and even her body was trembling. Ha, boss, I actually met you. Where are you going? Xianxia Zi said to Lin Ling with a smile. He was speechless. His junior sister must be so happy to see her idol that she almost fainted. Chapter 2103. Qi-seeking Feng Shui Formulating Guer didn't even dare to look at Lin Ling because her idol had appeared in front of her again. Moreover, this idol was the reincarnation of the number one sovereign. He was the most perfect man in the world. Sigh, I'm being love-struck again. Looking at Xianxia Guer's dumbfounded look, Xianxia Zi shook his head helplessly. Suddenly, he smiled and said, Let's go to the demon area too. Hearing this, Lin Ling frowned. This trip was dangerous, and he did not want Xianxia Zi to go. Master, let them go. It's more fun to have one more person. Sword Immortal Xianxia suggested. That's right. Since we've met, let's go together. Once we bring Master back, our mission will be complete. The Dark Dragon Emperor also suggested. Seeing that everyone was interested, Lin Ling finally nodded. Everyone disguised themselves and headed towards the demon domain. Right now, the demon realm was separated from the human realm, and there were a large number of experts guarding the border. Fortunately, Lin Ling and the others hid their identities and avoided unnecessary trouble. But even then, Lin Ling's group was still inspected when they passed by the border. If it wasn't for their strengths being strong and coupled with the immortal artifact that Lin Ling had forged to conceal his aura, a battle would have probably occurred at the border. Go in, a giant from the devil race said coldly. The rest of the demon race army also opened up a path for them. Lin Ling and the rest followed the large number of devils and entered the devil domain. Wow, I didn't expect the demons to build such a magnificent defense line at the border in such a short period of time. Xianxia Zi stared into the distance and said in surprise, There was a huge iron wall that was 1,000 meters tall. It stretched on endlessly, separating the human world and the demon world. From afar, it looked like a dragon crouching on the ground. This was also the first time Xianxia Guer had come to the devil domain. She looked at the devil clan of all shapes and sizes. It was an eye-opener for her. If she hadn't followed Lin Ling, she would never have had the chance to enter this place. Dear guests, would you like to ride a demonic horse? Just as they entered the Devil Domain, a 1-meter-tall Devil Dog Clan member ran over and said. This Devil Dog Clan member was thin and weak and probably belonged to the bottom of the Devil Clan, so they made a living by trading. Sure, Lin Ling and the others were wearing cloaks, while Lin Ling smiled and nodded. Do you have a devil horse that goes to the east of the Devil region? If they wanted to go to the true martial world from the Devil area, they would have to go east. And the true martial world was the territory of the great Eastern Devil King. Yes, 100 magic stones is enough. Through the brim of Lin Ling's hat, he could vaguely see that Lin Ling's appearance was somewhat delicate and handsome, and there were 2 devil horns on his forehead. As someone who had connections with both sides, he naturally could tell that this young man's status was not low. All right, Lin Ling immediately nodded. With a wave of his hand, the Dark Dragon Emperor handed over the magic stone. Magic stones were the common currency of the demon race, and the Dark Dragon Emperor, the most ancient giant, had more or less prepared some. Rumble. In front of them, a demonic horse that was tens of meters tall leaped over and landed on the ground, quietly waiting for Lin Ling and the others to mount. TSK, this mount is mighty. When I become stronger, I will find a demonic horse as my mount in the future. Xianxia Z said enviously. Everyone leaped onto the demonic horse, and the demonic horse galloped into the distance. Master, I have brought Little Wu with me. Have you found your little saint? The carriage on the demonic horse was well decorated. Sort of Immortal Xianxia looked at Lin Ling and smiled. After he finished speaking, a small lion the size of a puppy appeared at his feet. It was extremely cute. Little Wu was the divine martial world suppressing beast. After Little Wu came out, he first licked Sword Immortal Xianxia's hand, then wagged his tail and ran towards Lin Ling. His face was full of flattery, which made him even cuter. This beast also knows how to flatter. Impressive. The Dark Dragon Emperor was secretly jealous. He, the little saint, has always been by my side. Lin Ling stroked the divine martial world suppressing beast and released the little saint. After the little saint swam out, he immediately looked at Little Wu with joy. The 2 terrifying ancient giant beasts began to play with each other. So cute. Xianxia Z licked his lips and almost wanted to stroke the 2 little beasts as well. Sort of Immortal Xianxia squinted his eyes and said, touch them if you want to die. Let me tell you, my Little Wu has the strength of a giant in the human world. As for Master's little saint, he is even scarier. Even the giants in the human world are no match for him. At his peak, he once carried my master across the world. He is more ferocious than us. So scary. Xianxia Z's hand froze in midair. He did not dare to move. Don't scare him. The little saint is scary to his enemies, but he is very nice to his friends. Lin Ling scolded with a smile. He suddenly thought that if there was a chance, he should let the little saint recover to his peak strength. The eastern part of the demonic territory was a little quiet. Although the sky was darker than the human world, there were still scenes of sunset. At this moment, the town was quiet. Under the sunlight, it looked no different from a human village. Rumble. However, at this moment, the arrival of the giant demonic horse in the sky caused an uproar in the town. TSK, riding a demonic horse. Rich people. This demonic horse can only be ridden by the noble demonic race. In the town, the demonic race of different heights had all come to watch. When the demonic horse landed on the ground, people floated down one after another. If one looked closely, one would see that these demonic race were not tall, and their looks were very standard. So handsome. The men are so. They are too thin and weak. But the women are beautiful. Are they from the Moon Rabbit race and the Fox Charming race? No, they are from the Sulu race. Don't you see their antlers? TSK. The 3 major demonic races are all beauties. The demonic race who were watching all licked their lips. In their eyes, martial god Yungu had antlers on her head and looked like a peaceful goddess. As for Yuan Shirgugu, She had rabbit ears and was as beautiful as a fairy. These two beauties were extremely rare in the entire demonic territory, let alone in the small town. After all, the demonic race rarely had beauties. I really envy those skinny men. Are those men from the moon rabbit race? They are so fucking weak. Many demonic race said with jealousy. This naturally made the Dark Dragon Emperor and Sword Immortal Song Tion's face turn ugly. They almost attacked and killed the entire town. Let's go. Lin Ling naturally ignored those voices. He looked into the distance and looked for the way to enter the realm of true martial. However, he vaguely sensed that this area was not ordinary. My luck is not bad. Then Lin Ling laughed. He was currently lacking cultivation resources, but now he seemed to have found one. Master, why are you so lucky? Martial God Yungu said softly. She followed Lin Ling like a maid. This made the surrounding demonic race even more envious. They were sure that the trashy young master of the moon rabbit race must have a high status. However, no matter how high his status was, he was only from the moon rabbit race. Grandma Wendao taught me the cheese-seeking feng shui technique, so I saw something good here. Chapter 2104. Was this kindness? Great! Ancient martial god Yungu was overjoyed. The few of them accompanied Lin Ling as he walked around the town. Meanwhile, Lin Ling constantly observed the feng shui. The small town was bustling with activity. Lin Ling, the few of them walking, naturally attracted the attention of a large number of fiends. Young master, there are two beauties in Goldox Town. TSK, TSK. They're even more beautiful than the beauties of the human race. In a corner of the street, several tall guards were following a young man. The young man had fox-like cheeks, his stature was tall, but he was somewhat thin and weak. Humph! What kind of beauty can compare to my family's Xiao Mei of the Fox Charm clan? He was obviously extremely disdainful, because there weren't many beautiful women in the demon race. Anyone with a bit of good looks would be considered a beautiful woman. Compared to them, those two from the Moon Rabbit clan and Su Lu clan are even more pure and beautiful. The guard rubbed his hands and said, "Well, let's go and have a look." That young man was still lazy, but he still wanted to take a look. When he followed the guards to the middle of the street, he saw martial god Yungu and the others from afar. He was shocked. Compared to the seductive charm of the seductive fox tribe, the two beauties had a different style, and they attracted him even more. He was even imagining the adorable Moon Rabbit tribe member under his body. The beautiful Moon Rabbit tribe beauty's rabbit ears would tremble. How pleasurable would that be? Halt! What are your names? How many magic stones do these two beauties cost? Tell me, and I'll buy them. That young man couldn't bear it any longer and brought his guards to block Lin Ling's path. Lin Ling ignored him and continued to look at the feng shui. Sword Immortal Song Tian laughed. The Dark Dragon Emperor also laughed. Ancient martial god Na Yun was a little angry. Buy her? Could this idiot afford it? It's free. If you can take it away, I'll give it to you. Sword Immortal Song Tian said with a smile. He was kicked by martial god Yungu. This sword maniac was never serious, and he even dared to be sloppy in front of his master. He was asking for death. Unfortunately, the Dark Dragon Emperor also joined in the fun. That's right, I'll give it to you for free. Of course, the premise is that you can eat it. Hee. There's no beauty in the demon race that I can't eat. If you give her to me, I'll naturally open my mouth wide and eat her. The young man didn't expect Lin Ling and the others to be so forthright, directly gifting him beauties. Sword Immortal Song Tian and the Dark Dragon Emperor couldn't help but laugh out loud. The most ancient giant of the mortal realm. How could this puny demon race swallow it? His entire family was afraid that they wouldn't be able to eat it. In fact, in the entire world, other than their master, who else could do it? Even the sword immortals of the firmament couldn't do it. Although ancient martial god Rhyme looked gentle, it depended on who she was talking to. She was like that to their master, but to others, she was a murderous demon. To the sword immortals of the firmament, she was like a female tyrant. Scram, or I don't mind crippling you. Martial god Yungu was a person of virtue and prestige. She was naturally a fierce existence. However, in front of Lin Ling, she still suppressed her anger. Not bad. I like this feisty temperament. To everyone's surprise, the young man actually drooled and wiped his saliva. Seeing this, ancient martial god Rhyme became even more furious. The sword immortals of the firmament laughed even louder. Even the primeval lord of the mortal realm was shaking his head. That guy had the guts to mock an ancient giant of the mortal realm. I told you to scram. Didn't you hear me? If you ruin my mood, I'll destroy your entire family. At this time, Lin Ling finally spoke in a cold voice. Sword immortals of the firmament and the others didn't dare to laugh, because their master was angry. In fact, Lin Ling wasn't interested in that small fry at all. He wasn't worried about ancient martial god Rhyme at all. However, that small fry was too noisy, so he couldn't concentrate. However, Lin Ling's threatening voice made the young man laugh even louder. Moreover, the entire street burst into laughter. Destroy your entire family? That young man was the son of the Fox King tribe. The Fox King tribe was one of the 3 major tribes in the area. Many demons wanted to destroy them, but they all failed. Moreover, the Fox King tribe was even invited by the 400 million demon kings to suppress the humans. This showed how powerful the Fox King tribe was. This is my first time here, so I didn't expect to cause any trouble. However, my patience is limited. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to scram. Lin Ling was still looking for feng shui, but at the same time, he said calmly, "Huh." The young man laughed louder and louder, and the guards beside him also laughed. They saw that the sword immortals of the firmament and the others were silent. They even thought that the sword immortals of the firmament were afraid. Kid, I don't care where you're from, but a powerful dragon can't beat a local snake. This is my world. Today, if you don't hand over the 2 beauties, I can tell you that you'll never leave this place. The young man didn't realize the danger at all. However, sword immortals of the firmament and the dark dragon emperor's faces turned cold. That idiot could say anything, but threatening their master was not allowed. Let me do it. However, before they could do anything, Lin Ling looked away and said as he walked. Seeing this, martial god Yunga's heart was filled with joy. It was a feeling of happiness. Although she could kill that arrogant loser with 1 finger, it was a blessing that her master could do it personally. That was because she liked the feeling of being protected by her master. As for Xianxia, she was extremely excited. The young man wanted to say something, but at that moment, a sword light shot over. The next moment, he felt a chill between his legs, and blood dripped down. The man's most important thing was gone. The young man was stunned for a moment, then he fell to the ground and rolled around like a gourd. The crowd was stunned. The Fox King's son was crippled there? What a cruel method for the demon race. Even if they were dead, they couldn't let their son be crippled there. You're lucky, because I don't care about you. I can't be bothered to kill you. If I met the old me, you would have been dead long ago. You should be glad that I'm so kind now. Lin Ling didn't even look at the young man. After saying that, he left with the others. The crowd was stunned again. Crippling someone's son, how was that kind? They stared at the Fox King's son who was rolling on the ground and crippled there. They didn't think that was kind at all. However, it was over. The town would definitely not be peaceful today. Because the Fox King dominated the nearby area, he only had 1 son after many years. Now that he was crippled, it meant that their tribe's inheritance was over. Sure enough, a moment later, a large number of demons arrived. Some were tall, and some were short, but they all had the characteristics of a fox. The stronger ones barely had a human face. An old man looked angrily at the young man on the ground. His entire body was filled with murderous intent. Who attacked the young master? I'm going to destroy his entire tribe. Who is it? The entire town was like boiling water, and all the demons were scared witless. It's a 4-moon rabbit tribe. A demon said nervously. Chapter 2105. Selling a mountain at this moment. Lin Ling was still using the qi-seeking feng shui art to find the hidden treasure. However, his feng shui art was not as powerful as Grandma Wendao's, causing the qi-seeking process to be interrupted. Because he lacked a general direction. At this time, a large number of demons had arrived on the streets. However, when they walked, all of them were dumbfounded. According to common sense, the Moon Rabbit clan brat should have immediately fled after crippling the Fox King's son. Who would have thought that not only did those guys not run away, they even looked around and drank as they walked? Were they here for vacation? Even the old man was surprised. He suppressed the anger in his heart and said coldly, "Your Excellency, you're too ruthless." The voice drifted over, breaking Lin Ling's train of thought. He glanced over, knowing why the other party had come. "Too ruthless? Your idiot son kept clamoring in my ear, mocking my disciple. You should be lucky that I didn't kill him. Moreover, if it wasn't for me, he would have died long ago. Even your entire tribe would have been annihilated." Lin Ling said lazily. The truth was indeed so. Firstly, he had obtained Li Xiaoyao's memories, so he really didn't care about small fries. Secondly, if he wasn't here, Sword Immortal Song Tian and the others would have destroyed this town a long time ago. However, as soon as his words fell, the devil race felt that Lin Ling was crazy. After crippling someone else, he actually dared to make sarcastic remarks. Furthermore, he even said that he had shown mercy. This was too arrogant. "Then I'd like to see how you're going to kill them all." The devil race roared furiously. However, the old man was as cunning as a fox. He waved his hand to stop them. He looked deeply at Lin Ling, as if he wanted to see through everything about Lin Ling. What a boastful tone. "May I ask what your background is? Who is your backer?" At present, the devil race was in turmoil, and there were many powerful tribes, so he still had to ask carefully. Of course, if that kid from a Moon Rabbit clan didn't have a powerful background, then he would directly kill him on the streets. Backstage, Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. He also wanted to know who his backer was. Sword Immortal Song Heaven and the others laughed. Who was their master's backer? Wasn't it Master himself, the #1 emperor of the 4 great eras? Wasn't his backer strong enough? "I'm just a nameless kid with no background. Don't think too highly of me." Lin Ling was too lazy to talk any more nonsense. He wanted to continue looking for feng shui. However, his words seemed profound and unfathomable, causing the old man to be even more fearful. "You've got guts, daring to cripple my young master. It's just that the Fox King isn't here, and he's selling the mountain. Otherwise, do you think you can leave? Moreover, if you have the guts to do it, don't tell me you don't even dare to report your own clan." The old man tried to goad him. Unfortunately, how could Lin Ling not know what they were thinking? Trying to goad me is really useless. As for what you are thinking in your hearts, you don't have to guess. I really don't have a backer, so you can do whatever you want. As soon as these words fell, all the demons were stunned. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be so calm. Could it be that Lin Ling really didn't have a backer? If that's the case, all of you will stay here forever today. The old man also revealed a murderous intent. Hee. Then let me remind you, don't be implicated by that useless young master, because once you attack, you can't afford to pay the price. Lin Ling smiled, but his smile turned cold. Let's see what the price is. At this point, the old man finally made his move. His strength was not weak, and he had 10,000 power of law. The demons behind him did the same. Terrifying demonic chi soared into the sky, and the roar of the Fox King could be heard. The onlookers were shocked. Those people were probably going to be slaughtered. However, just as the old man's aura erupted, everyone heard Lin Ling spit out a sentence. "Get rid of them. Don't waste time. Kill." Boom. Almost as soon as his voice fell, the firmament sword immortal erupted with an even more terrifying aura. Countless houses in the town suddenly collapsed, and the sharp sword law swept through everything. The Dark Dragon Emperor was the same, and his murderous aura was monstrous. Ancient martial god Yungu seemed to have been waiting for Lin Ling to say that. At this moment, the demons were all dumbfounded. The strength of these 3 people, each more powerful than the other, and each more ferocious than the other. It was the first time in their lives that they had seen such terrifying auras. If it was just one person, it would be enough to wipe out all of the demons, but 3 of them? The onlookers' hearts trembled violently. They finally understood what the price was. "Wait, please spare us. we know we were wrong. Yes, those demons were not fools, so they immediately begged for mercy. However, what happened next was obvious. Those demons were all killed. The old man looked at what happened in a daze, and his heart was filled with regret. He really should not have attacked. Young master, you've killed us. Yes. In the end, the old man left a sentence, and then his neck was cut off by the firmament sword immortal. As for the young master, he finally knew what Lin Ling meant by kind. Lin Ling had already moved forward. He had heard the words, "The Fox King is selling the mountain." Suddenly, he leaped up and used the chi-seeking wind and cloud spell again. The surrounding area was all in his eyes. There were many mountains in the vicinity. On one of the huge mountains, a large number of demons appeared there, and they seemed to be discussing the sale of the mountain. "I want the mountain thousands of miles away, 1,000,000 magic stones for it." Yes, the Fox King clan has the sharpest nose of the demons. If he says there are treasures in this area, then there must be treasures. Yes, but I don't know which one. The Fox King has given us 300 mountains to choose from. It's a bit difficult to choose. Yes, I want that mountain, damn it. It's actually an empty mountain. Yes, selling mountains seem to be popular here. The Fox King clan found mountains with treasures and then sold them. However, not every mountain had treasures. It depended on chance and luck. Seeing this, Lin Ling smiled. His chi-seeking wind and cloud spell was not perfect, so he lacked a general direction. However, after finding the general direction, it was not difficult to find the treasure mountain. The Fox King clan had a keen sense of smell. He could find the general direction, but he could not tell which mountain had the treasure, so he sold the mountain. Interesting. Interesting. Lin Ling led martial god Yungu and the others in that direction. Selling mountains, this is the first time I've heard of it. Interesting. After listening to Lin Ling's rough explanation of selling the mountain, even ancient martial god Yungu became interested. The feng shui in this area is good. The treasure should not be weak. If I can get it, I may be able to step into the first stage of martial emperor. Lin Ling said with a smile. He was a little excited because his current external strength was very strong, but his own realm was too low, so he needed to improve. Moreover, even if his external strength was very strong, it was not qualified to defeat the ancient giants of the three clans. After a while, Lin Ling stopped on a hill and looked around. It was bustling with noise and excitement. Many great monarchs of the Devil clan were there, looking at the vast mountain range with excitement. These demons were not weak, and there were many giants among them. Obviously, they had come because of the fame. Chapter 2106. A mysterious woman. There is no mountain in the east, west, north, and south that I, the Fox King. Do you want a mountain with a high treasure yield or a mountain with a low treasure yield? Is there a difference? Of course, a mountain with a high treasure yield rate usually has treasures. It's just a matter of how valuable the treasures are. A mountain with a low treasure yield rate generally doesn't have any treasures, but once a treasure is produced, it will definitely be a great treasure. Selling a mountain may seem simple, but there was a lot of knowledge behind it. Then I want a mountain with a high drop rate. I'll give you 1,000,000 magic stones. I, the Demon Pig King, have the intelligence of pig. I can scheme against the entire world. It was a Devil Boar King, and the Fox King pointed out a large mountain range for him to choose. He was a Devil Boar King, and the Fox King told him to choose one of the mountains. Boom! In the end, the Demonic Pig King chose a huge mountain. It transformed into a huge demonic pig and crashed into the mountain. After the mountain exploded, some treasures scattered, but their value was not worth 1,000,000 magic stones. Obviously, he had suffered a loss. The Demonic Pig King truly has the intelligence of pig. Impressive, impressive. A large number of Devil Clanness laughed, and the Devil Pig King walked back gloomily. It didn't even want the treasure it had obtained from the mountain because its value was too low. I want a mountain with a low treasure yield. Another demon appeared in the form of a red bat. With a sweep of its wings, the mountain peak exploded. However, there was nothing left other than rocks. Without a doubt, there was another burst of laughter. A mountain with a low treasure yield would depend on luck. If you were lucky, you would earn a lot. If you were unlucky, you wouldn't even get a single blade of grass. I choose that mountain. At this time, a clear voice rang out. Everyone looked over and saw a woman wearing a bee-skin outfit. She was very beautiful and had an extremely alluring figure. Her skin was wheat-colored and she had a leopard tail that swayed gently behind her. She gave people a feeling of a lazy queen. Seeing this, many demons began to drool. Their hearts were racing, but they did not act rashly, because most of the devils who could appear here had extraordinary origins. Lin Ling also stared at the woman. "Master, what's wrong?" Ancient martial god Yungu asked curiously. Master must have been moved by the beauty. "You should know that Master is free and unfettered in the world," Dark Dragon Emperor said with a serious face. Lin Ling kicked him. Although Li was indeed free and unfettered, he was now Lin Ling. "That woman is not simple," Lin Ling said softly, which made ancient Yungu martial god's expression change slightly. Her master didn't think she was simple. There was no doubt that the woman was an ancient overlord. Moreover, she was not an ordinary ancient giant. If I compare her strength, who is stronger? Perhaps because they were both women, ancient martial god Yunou's fighting spirit rose. It's hard to say. Her body has powerful soul fluctuations, so I feel like she's a bit more powerful, Lin Ling said with a frown, because he sensed that the woman's soul power wasn't any weaker than his, and it was a terrifying 500-step soul power. In this world, it was Lin Ling's first time seeing such a terrifying soul power. Ancient martial god Yunga gasped. Soul power wasn't something that everyone possessed, but those who possessed it were all favored by the heavens. Little Wu, remember, if you want to enter the martial god realm, you must cultivate your soul power, because this is the foundation of entering the martial god realm. Even if your soul power is not strong, you must at least have it, Lin Ling said, and ancient martial god Yunga nodded quickly. Sword Immortal Song Tian and the others also nodded. As expected, following Master out to train, they had benefited a lot. Lin Ling, should we be careful? Yuanshi Zi said with some concern. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. Although she is very strong, we have more people on our side, so we don't have to be afraid. Yes. Although he said so, he felt some pressure in his heart, because he had not recovered his strength. He was not the strongest in the world. If the great demon king of the demon clan knew that Lin Ling was here, the entire demon clan would want to kill him. Haha, I don't think there are any treasures on that mountain. Just as the sexy woman was about to attack, a magnetic voice sounded. Among the demon clan, a tall and handsome young man laughed. The young man had long ears, but he looked like a human. Moreover, he was wearing a luxurious brocade robe and was playing with an exquisite beast bone in his hand. It seemed that he had an extraordinary background. Do you have a problem with that? The woman looked at the young man with a smile. No, I just want to remind you. Moreover, I am the high priest of the demon clan. My words can't be false. The young man called the high priest said with a smile. In a few words, he had exposed his identity. Obviously, he was very interested in the sexy woman. But the high priest of the demon clan? Is he the son of the great demon king? Isn't the high priest supposed to marry the great demon king's princess? Why is he here? Perhaps he wants to find some treasures here as a betrothal gift. The demon clan began to discuss spiritedly. The woman looked at the high priest in surprise. She didn't expect the latter's background to be so great. As for the high priest, he flipped his long hair and raised his chin so high that it almost reached the sky. He looked extremely proud. He wasn't surprised by the woman's surprise. It could be said that he was the only proud son of heaven in the demon clan. This was because the other sons of the great demon kings were either weaker than him or had fallen during the forays competition. The high priest has the ability to communicate with spirits. What do you think? The woman smiled. Ah, you have a good eye. The third mountain at 12 o'clock. If you buy it, you will definitely not lose out. The high priest said confidently. With his ability to communicate with spirits, how could this sexy woman escape from his grasp? As expected of the high priest. Amazing. Can you give me some advice? The demon clan said flatteringly. The high priest was young and handsome. His status wasn't low. In addition, his methods were powerful. If they could curry favor with him, they might be able to earn a lot with just some advice. Oh, I've taken a fancy to that mountain. However, the sexy woman had the opposite opinion. The high priest wasn't surprised. On the contrary, the woman believed him too quickly. This made it difficult to prove his power. Then let's give it a try. The high priest played with the beast bone in his hand. His gaze swept across the crowd proudly and suddenly landed on martial god Yungu and Xianxia. Today's luck was not bad. He actually saw 3 beauties. What about you? If you want to buy a mountain, ask me. Maybe it will raise your status in the tribe. Don't miss such a good opportunity. The high priest stared at martial god Yungu and smiled. What he meant was, come and curry favor with the high priest. As long as you can make me happy, I can make you rich overnight. Go. Yes, I really envy those beauties. It's a pity that I'm not beautiful enough. Otherwise, I would also curry favor with them. Yes. You want to enter the high priest's eyes with a boar head? Yes. Chapter 21:07. One more magic stone. Lin Ling couldn't help but be startled. He couldn't understand where the high priest's confidence came from. Could it be that he didn't know how terrifying that sexy woman's strength was? From a certain point of view, that woman was a great demon. Furthermore, he even dared to tease his disciple. Lin Ling smiled. What are you laughing at? If you don't have the strength, don't bring a beauty out. When the high priest saw Xianxia hiding behind Lin Ling, he immediately became unhappy. Little guy, don't look at things on the surface. There's nothing wrong with keeping a low profile. Some people aren't as simple as you think. Lin Ling shook his head and said with a smile. As soon as his words fell, the demons were stunned for a moment before they burst into laughter. Could it be that the brat from the Moon Rabbit clan wanted to say that his background was not small? What a joke. No matter how powerful his background was, how could he compare to the high priestess? In reality, Lin Ling wanted to talk about the sexy woman because she was definitely a demon king. The alluring woman's eyes flickered. She could faintly hear Lin Ling's words. That brat from the Moon Rabbit clan had seen through her true identity. There's no point in talking too much. Let's try to break open the mountain. The sexy woman was still firm in her opinion. As for the high priest, he was the same. He bought the mountain he had his eyes on. Open mountain. Rumbling sounds could be heard as the 2 mountains exploded, causing treasures to scatter all over the ground. Shockingly, there were large quantities of devil stones, as well as rare items such as devil angelica and devil ginseng. However, upon closer inspection, the mountain chosen by the high priestess was clearly much more rewarding. Haha, beautiful lady, you've lost. The high priest raised his long hair proudly. Unsurprisingly, the high priestess ignored the flattery. The devil pig king even tried to seduce the high priestess, but the high priestess ignored it. As for the sexy woman, her eyebrows were slightly furrowed. In truth, her soul force was strong, but she wasn't good at using her soul force to search for treasures, so she didn't expect to meet an opponent. How about one more time? The sexy woman smiled. You risked your life to accompany a beauty. Today, I'll make you convinced. The high priest nodded. Then, his eyes became serious. His hands moved rapidly, and an altar appeared in front of him. He was offering blood as a sacrifice. Priestess, activate the magic and summon the spirit. After a low shout, he made his choice. Sirs, you all have a good eye. Those mountains have a low chance of producing treasures, but the 2 of you were able to gain something. This shows how strong your abilities are. This time, I hope the 2 of you will be able to reap a great harvest. The Fox King said with a smile. Although he was a little jealous of the 2's gains, with the 2 of them around, he could spread the news and attract more demons to buy the mountain. Looking at the high priestess's confident look, the sexy woman frowned. She didn't choose to buy that mountain. Her frowning look was somewhat cute. Seeing this, the high priest slowly admired it. Then, he looked at the beauty beside Lin Ling and felt even more satisfied. What about you guys? Do you dare play with me? You don't have to fork out the money, and the spoils will belong to you. You just need to accompany me on a tour of the demon domain. The high priest said with a carefree smile. Lin Ling was speechless. He suddenly smiled and said, "Choose the one over there." His words were obviously directed at the sexy woman, which made the latter a little surprised. The high priest was stunned and then laughed loudly. "Little guy, don't give out random pointers. It won't be good if you harm others." This Moon Rabbit clan kid actually overestimated himself and wanted to give others pointers? Laughable, extremely laughable. It had always been him, the high priest, giving pointers to others. Who could compare to him? The crowd was also stunned. Giving pointers to others to buy a mountain was a thankless task. If others bought it, the harvest had nothing to do with him. If others didn't buy it, they would definitely blame him. That Moon Rabbit clan kid was simply stupid. However, the sexy woman probably wouldn't care about him. "All right, I'll choose that one." However, the sexy woman's next choice stunned everyone. She actually believed it? How could this be? Of course, even Lin Ling was very surprised. He had casually pointed because the high priest had ridiculed his disciple. He had no choice but to slap such a person in the face. Hee hee, if I lose, then I'll be bankrupt. Young master of the Moon Rabbit clan, from now on, you'll have to support me. The sexy woman stared at Lin Ling and laughed. What? This beauty is willing to follow the Moon Rabbit clan kid? How enviable. She must be joking. The demons were all envious. Although the beauty's words were mostly jokes, at least the Moon Rabbit clan kid could be teased by beauty. This was great luck in love. At least, they didn't have such good fortune. Scram. However, Lin Ling's cold words directly shocked everyone. The Demon Pig King's pig head almost fell to the ground. Who knew that the Moon Rabbit clan kid would be so unromantic and would ask her scram? If it weren't for the fact that they were selling a mountain, they would have torn that kid apart alive. He was too shameless. Even a sexy woman was surprised, but she soon giggled. Her full breasts bounced like rabbits, extremely alluring. What a character. Then, she ordered people to open the mountain according to Lin Ling's instructions. Lin Ling sneered. That demon king being his slave? What a joke. He wouldn't even want it. Boom, boom. After 2 explosions, the treasures scattered on the ground. Looking carefully, the treasures on both sides were actually evenly matched. How could this be? The high priest wanted to make Lin Ling lose face. Who knew that the other party would casually point and gain the same amount of treasures as him? And the Moon Rabbit clan kid was a trash existence. He was the high priest, and his gains were equal. In reality, he had lost. So powerful is this luck? The demons were surprised, and even the sexy woman was the same. She believed Lin Ling because her sharp soul power sensed that Lin Ling's soul power was not weak. Who knew that he had such a move? And now, he was evenly matched with the high priest. This was an amazing result. Good taste, sister will dote on you in the future. The sexy woman couldn't help but be happy. Scram! Lin Ling was still as cold as ever, which made the sexy woman very depressed. Was she not sexy? Was she not beautiful? With her status and beauty, she was teasing the other party, but she was defeated again and again. How could you be evenly matched with me? You must have bumped into dog shit luck. At this moment, the high priest was angrily staring at Lin Ling, feeling incredulous. Who said I was evenly matched with you? The mountain I chose still has a stone that has not been opened. After opening it, there's a demon stone inside. Lin Ling said lazily. The sexy woman sucked in a breath of cold air. There were countless stones in a mountain, and this Moon Rabbit clan kid could see the treasures in a stone. This was too godly. A devil immediately rushed over and opened the stone according to Lin Ling's instructions. In reality, the stone was only the size of a millstone, but that kid from the Moon Rabbit clan knew that there was a devil stone inside, so he couldn't help but be surprised. However, after breaking the stone, he was even more surprised, because there was indeed a palm-sized demon stone. As a result, the high priest was so angry that his face turned black. Lin Ling's gains were slightly better than his, and he only had one more demon stone. Chapter 2108. 3 mountains. Moreover, a Moon Rabbit boy had barely won a devil stone from him. How could he stay in the demon race in the future? Even if he married the Eastern Demon King's daughter, others would laugh at him. The jaws of the demon race dropped to the ground. They felt that the high priest had lost with just a devil's stone. It seemed that the high priest would be so angry that he would not be able to sleep tonight. You have some ability. How about another round? If you win, I'll kneel here for 3 days and 3 nights. I won't even attend the wedding. The high priest was clearly angry. He did not believe that Lin Ling was better than him. Good, as expected of the high priestess. However, if this Moon Rabbit clan brat loses, his head will be left here as a reminder to those who come to buy the mountain that they should never give pointers to others. What does everyone think? The Fox King also seized the opportunity to bootlick. The high priest immediately revealed a satisfied smile. Good, I agree. Moon Rabbit boy, come on. The surrounding demon race joined in the fun. Of course, they thought that Lin Ling's previous gains were just luck. Hee, you're so interested? In order to win, you won't even attend the wedding? Lin Ling smiled calmly. The dignity of the high priest cannot be violated. The high priest said indifferently. Good, then I'll play with you. If you want to play, then let's play 3 rounds. If you win, then kneel for 3 years. If I lose, however many people I have on my side, I'll leave behind a number of heads. Lin Ling said word by word. His boldness made the surrounding demon race suck in a breath of cold air. Even the high priest and the sexy beauty were the same. 3 rounds to give away 3 heads? I say, don't be too confident. The sexy beauty could not help but say. In her opinion, Lin Ling was courting death. Previously, the high priest had not used his full strength and had underestimated Lin Ling. Moreover, Lin Ling also had a certain element of luck. Scram! Lin Ling was still wary of the demon realm's great demon king, so he angrily shouted, You! That sexy woman was so angry that she almost spat out blood. The crowd was the same. They had never seen such a shameless person. He didn't understand the situation at all. It was simply to the point of making people's hair stand on end. Beauty, I will avenge you. The high priest sneered. His hands moved, and gradually a demon god celestial body appeared. Around him, an altar unique to the demon clan appeared. Stone tablets floated up. I heard that the 100 million lives great demon king is the first high priest of the demon race. Naturally, his son is not weak. Can the 100 million lives demon king summon a demon god? Moreover, he was a powerful pharmacist. The high priest has been groomed by the demon king of 100 million lives since he was a child. In the future, he will inherit his father's legacy. In the eyes of those devils, the high priest's methods were simply godly. Unfortunately, in Lin Ling's eyes, the high priest's spiritual altar was nothing more than a child's play. He only used some of the demon race's methods of summoning contracts. Lin Ling could even see that in the mountains ahead, there were many formless demon spirits drifting about, looking for treasures. Compared to the chi-seeking feng shui formula, these methods were nothing. Boom, boom. Following the high priest's finger, some of the devils rushed over to flatter him. After opening the mountains, they were immediately excited, because around the shattered mountains, the ground was littered with demon stones. It was a shocking sight. One had to know that the price of 1 mountain was 1 million, and 3 mountains were 3 million. However, 1 mountain was worth more than 3 million. We're rich, the devil roared. The first mountain is 5 million demon stones. The second mountain is 8 million demon stones. Boom! The crowd trembled as if they had been struck by lightning. The third mountain is 10 million demon stones. The harvest of the last mountain made all the demons salivate. This was indeed a fortune, and a huge one at that. Thinking about it, 3 million demon stones in exchange for 2,500 demon stones. Wasn't this a great deal? Even the sexy woman was secretly surprised. If those devils were placed in the tribe, they would be able to give birth to a large number of experts. In the demon race, if I say I'm the first, no one dares to say they're second. The high priest wiped the sweat from his forehead and then enjoyed the admiring gazes from all around him. At this moment, the devils naturally knew how to flatter because the high priest was a rich man. As for how to flatter him, of course, they would ask Lin Ling to do it. Kid, it's your turn. Don't tell me you're afraid. I can tell you that the biggest harvest since buying a mountain is 10 million demon stones. The high priest has set a new record in the demon realm. It's 23 million. If you anger the high priest, you won't be able to bear the consequences. The group of demons gloated at his misfortune. As for the high priest, he directly sat down, and a female servant served him tea. He slowly sipped it, and a large knife was placed beside his feet. 3 heads, I want them. He was extremely confident. However, no one thought that the high priest would lose. Can you do it? If you can't, beg me for mercy. I'll guarantee your safety. The sexy beauty also did not think that Lin Ling could win. She wagged her leopard tail and said. Lin Ling rolled his eyes at her. He still did not want to talk to the Demon King because he might be an opponent next. Xianxia Z, find a few places with many stones. Remember, the stones must be small and sharp. Most importantly, the stones must be hard. Lin Ling said to the people beside him. The crowd was puzzled. What was the point of finding stones? Even the high priest was puzzled. Could it be that places with many stones will have more treasures? Stupid. I've never heard of such a saying. No. After we find that place, I'll leave it for you to kneel for 3 years. With small stones and hard stones, it'll feel good to kneel. Lin Ling replied calmly. As soon as he said that, Sword Immortal Song Tian and the others laughed. Although their master looked calm, he was still ruthless. You. The high priest was instantly enraged. The devils also opened their mouths. This kid from a moon rabbit race was too arrogant. There's no point in talking anymore. Prepare to open the mountain. Ignoring their thoughts, Lin Ling looked at the vast mountains. His Eye of Time also quietly appeared. Together with the chi-seeking feng shui technique, he looked for places with feng shui. The clouds follow the dragon. The wind follows the tiger. The work of a saint is seen by all. Lin Ling mumbled to himself. In his eyes, the heaven and earth stems became clearer and clearer. He could see the feng shui river underground. The clouds follow the dragon. The wind follows the tiger. The work of a saint is seen by all. What an idiotic method. The high priest could not help but laugh. He even forgot to drink his tea. The high priest of the demon race was different from a human race. Naturally, he could not understand Lin Ling's method. Only the sexy beauty was slightly shocked. The heaven and earth stems, looking for feng shui? Xianxia Z, open the mountain. After a while, Lin Ling retracted his gaze and pointed to a barren mountain in the south. Okay, Xianxia Z was also very excited. It was the first time he had seen such a method of finding treasures. Boom! The mountain was blasted apart by Xianxia Z. Rocks flew everywhere and dust filled the sky. All the devils looked over and were a little nervous. Only the high priest was blowing on the tea in his cup with a smug look on his face. There's nothing. Chapter 2109. A trashy harvest. Everyone was stunned. When the dust settled, they immediately discovered that there was nothing but rubble on the ground. There was indeed nothing. 1 million is gone. Not even a strand of hair. I knew that there was nothing on that mountain. Without a doubt, those voices of Schadenfreude came one after another. However, Lin Ling's expression remained calm. He knew that the feng shui at the foot of the mountain was very good. The reason why there were no treasures was because the time was too short, causing the feng shui to not produce any treasures. The second one, Lin Ling said indifferently. Xianxia Z started to worry. It was too disappointing that there was nothing here. However, he still opened the second mountain. Rumble. Countless rocks flew in all directions, causing the crowd to stare with wide eyes. Pa. Stone after stone fell to the ground, but he didn't see any magic stones. There weren't even many spiritual herbs. Patter. Finally, a piece of bone fell to the ground. Seeing this, everyone was stunned. Just a piece of broken bone? This U2 brat couldn't have dug up their ancestral graves, right? Interesting. Broken bones. Are you going to dig them out and feed them to the dogs? The high priest couldn't help but laugh loudly. Lin Ling also laughed. Moreover, he laughed very happily and excitedly. He hurriedly ordered, "Go and bring that bone over." Yes. The Dark Dragon Emperor pounced over and picked up the broken bone. His face was filled with depression. What was this broken bone going to do? When Lin Ling picked up the bone, the Dark Dragon Emperor even saw that his master was actually very happy, as if he was going to eat the bone. Haha, you really are a dog. You think a piece of broken bone is a treasure. The high priest laughed again, causing the demons to laugh. Lin Ling turned a deaf ear. At this moment, he was indeed very excited. He didn't expect to gain so much, because this bone was the bone of a god. Although he did not know which god it came from, nor did he know why it appeared here, he was sure that it was the bone of an extremely ancient expert from the martial god realm. Perhaps that expert had fought with someone in the martial god realm and died in the end. His bones had exploded, and one of his bones had landed in the devil region. It was precisely because it was a god's bone that no one could recognize it. It could be said that this bone was so precious that even 100 million magic stones would not be able to afford it. Moreover, Lin Ling's god devil body already has the devil bone, and now he also has the god bone, which can greatly increase his strength. Good. Lin Ling said good 3 times in a row, and then carefully put away the treasure. Among everyone, only the sexy beauty felt that the bones were a bit extraordinary. Originally, she wanted to take a look at them, but seeing Lin Ling's indifferent look, she was too lazy to ask because asking would only cause her to be rolled her eyes. You've already lost. Hand over the 3 heads. The high priest sipped his tea and narrowed his eyes. As far as he was concerned, even if Lin Ling's 3rd mountain was impressive, it would not surpass his. The 3rd mountain isn't over yet. Let's wait until it's over. Lin Ling asked Xianxia to open the 3rd mountain. In front of the vast mountains, there was a relatively inconspicuous mountain that did not even have a blade of grass. Xianxia appeared there gloomily. Even he did not think that there would be any treasures in this broken mountain. That's a place where even rabbits don't poop. If even he thought so, the others felt even more hopeless. Young master of the Moon Rabbit clan, are you sure? The sexy beauty sighed softly and asked while wagging her tail. Open it. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. Boom. The mountain was too small, and it did not cause much of a commotion when it was opened. However, what was surprising was that the mountain was extremely hard. Xianxia used all his strength and only managed to break some rocks. Seeing this, the crowd laughed even louder. Breaking the mountain was one thing, but even breaking the mountain was so difficult. In the end, the sexy beauty could not stand it anymore and helped to break the mountain. Suddenly, a fishy stench spread out, causing many demons to vomit. In the depths of the mountain, there was a pool of mud lying on the ground, and it was emitting a foul stench. From afar, it looked like a cesspool. No one knew why such a cesspool was hidden in the mountain, but there was no doubt that the young master of the Moon Rabbit clan had failed again. Other people would return empty-handed after breaking open a mountain, but this guy actually got some trash. Even the sexy beauty could not help but shake her head. Unlike the others, Lin Ling's eyes lit up instantly, and he flew over to the cesspool. He walked along the cesspool for a few steps, and finally could not help but laugh. Because this was a place of great misfortune that had turned into great fortune, it meant that this mountain was originally a place of great misfortune, and the smell of blood was extremely strong. However, after thousands of years, the misfortune began to turn into a place of great fortune, and the feng shui of the place was extremely strong, causing the murderous aura and killing intent to condense into something like a cesspool. The black, muddy water was called the underground smelly spirit, and some people called it the ambergris. It was an extremely rare treasure. Little Saint, spit out and devour the black water. Lin Ling released the little saint. He guessed that this treasure would be enough for the little saint to recover his former strength. The little saint spat out his tongue and shot it into the cesspool. However, after entering the cesspool, there was no smell at all. Instead, the black water warmed his body, and rich energy surged into his body. At this moment, on the other side of the hill, everyone was laughing hysterically. Many people had failed to buy a mountain, but if one were to talk about who had the worst harvest, it would undoubtedly be the kid from the Moon Rabbit clan. The first mountain was empty. The second mountain was a piece of rotten bone. The third mountain was a cesspool. Huh. At this thought, everyone laughed even louder. The high priest drank tea and kicked the saber beside his feet. 3 heads, I'll take them. Hand over the heads. Hand it over. Accept your loss. Hand it over. Kid from the Moon Rabbit clan. We won't help you today. Hand it over. Everyone immediately flattered, especially the Fox King, whose voice was the loudest. On the other hand, Sword Immortal Song Tian and the others sneered. Although they also thought that their master had failed, their master was the heavens. So what if he had failed? He did not have a head, but he had a sword. Clearly, they were ready to attack. However, at this moment, a smiling voice floated out. My harvest is not bad. Why do you think I've lost? Huh. The voice came from Linling. When it landed in the ears of the demons, it undoubtedly stirred up a raging tornado. This harvest is not bad. All the demons stopped laughing. The high priest was the first to laugh out loud. You didn't even get a single demon stone, and you say it's not bad? Do you think we're all blind? Huh, that's right. Not only did you not get anything, but it's also a negative number because you got a pile of trash. Huh, this guy definitely doesn't want to die. He wants to go back on his words. Huh, in my opinion, he took his head by force. Huh, the faces of the demons turned cold. Some of the stronger demons walked down from the hill. Linling's face was still calm. He asked calmly, must you get demon stones to be considered a good harvest? Huh. Chapter 21:10. Astonished like a celestial being, it's just that the magic stones are the best loot, and you don't seem to have anything. An old man who looked like a demon, Turtle, said with a frown. Of course I have a harvest, but only one. At this moment, an ordinary ancient stone appeared in Linling's hand. It was the stone he obtained from opening the mountain. 1 piece. The high priestess had more than 20 million yuan. A demon said, wanting to compete with the high priest together is simply a disgrace. Linling, didn't explain. He clenched his right hand, and the ancient stone in his hand exploded, revealing a crystal-like, transparent stone. This stone was extremely dazzling, and if one looked carefully, they would discover that there was something hidden within it. Unfortunately, those demons didn't think that a stone could be compared to 20 million devil stones. Men, chop off their heads. The high priest couldn't be bothered to speak any more nonsense. However, just as those demons were about to make a move, a terrified voice suddenly rang out. Heavens, you actually found a divine crystal in the demon domain. These words came from the sexy beauty. With her knowledge, she naturally recognized the divine crystals. The other demons were bewildered. Divine crystals? Or was he crazy? What is this? The high priest frowned slightly. This name seemed somewhat familiar. However, the sexy beauty's next sentence finally let him know what divine crystals were. A piece of divine crystal can allow a rank 1 martial emperor to smoothly step into rank 2 martial emperor realm. The divine crystal in his hand is not small. Its value is equivalent to 3 pieces. The sexy beauty said solemnly, what? A treasure for the martial emperor realm? I remember now. I heard that the big demon king got a lot of divine crystals from the nation of God. Heavens, how could we have ever seen such a treasure? Without a doubt, the jaws of all the demons dropped to the ground. As for the high priest, he had been drinking tea, but now his teacup fell to the ground, and his mouth hung wide open. I wonder if this piece of divinity crystal is worth 20 million magic stones? Linling stared coldly at the high priest. Actually, there was no need to answer this question, because devil stones were used by ordinary devils, and divine crystals were used by grand devil kings. The two of them were completely different. Looks like you already know the answer. As for those idiots in the audience, go grab him and make him kneel here for 3 years. Linling's smile became even colder. In the entire mountain, only his voice could be heard. This voice was like a storm, like thunder, sweeping through the hearts of everyone present. They never imagined that the Moon Rabbit clan brat would actually win against the high priest. Wait a minute. You said it's a divine crystal. Is it really a divine crystal? In my opinion, We should appraise 1 point. At this moment, the Fox King spoke, but his eyes were filled with greed. The high priest immediately understood what the White Fox King meant. He sneered and nodded. We need to appraise it. Hee, do you think you simple-minded, brawny fellows can understand divine crystals? Lin Ling coldly snorted in disdain. His words made the sexy beauty giggle. These demons indeed had pig brains. However, I'm a very fair person. If you want to praise it, take it. However, to everyone's surprise, Lin Ling simply threw the divine crystal. This action made the sexy beauty frown. You idiot. Everyone knew that the high priest and the Fox King were trying to cheat. Most importantly, they had their eyes on the divine crystal. After all, the harvest in the surrounding mountain range was probably not as valuable as the divine crystal. The high priest and the Fox King did not expect Lin Ling to be so straightforward. After the Fox King took the divine crystal, he immediately laughed loudly. Actually, he knew that it was real as soon as he took the divine crystal because the dense energy of Allah's couldn't deceive him. Not bad. Today's harvest is not bad. This divine crystal was obtained by splitting open the mountain. Isn't that right, everyone? The Fox King's sudden words stunned all the demons. Then they all reacted and became witnesses. That's right. This divine crystal was obtained by the Fox King when he split open the mountain. Amazing, amazing. As expected of the demons' most sensitive sense of smell. The Fox King has struck it rich today. They were lying with their eyes wide open. Moreover, their expressions turned cold. Now, you still don't seem to have gained anything. The high priest also sneered. His handsome face was extremely cold, and there was even a thick murderous intent. Today, he had lost to a nameless kid. This kind of thing could not be allowed to happen. Otherwise, he would not have any face in the demon territory. Therefore, he wanted to use this opportunity to kill that kid. This Moon Rabbit Clan kid has already lost. His harvest from splitting open the mountain is only a pile of broken bones and a pile of mud. The demons immediately flattered. Kid, give me your head. The Fox King also roared majestically. Did you not hear what I said? If you make me unhappy, I will destroy your entire Moon Rabbit Clan. Seeing this scene, the sexy beauty sighed softly. That Moon Rabbit Clan kid was still too inexperienced. Now that he was in big trouble, should she help him? However, Lin Ling's next sentence made the sexy beauty completely speechless. There was no such thing as the most inexperienced, only more inexperienced. You guys are going back on your words, especially the Fox King. As the seller, you actually want to touch someone else's harvest. This is against the rules. When these words came out, even the Fox King felt that Lin Ling was too stupid. He still openly reneged on his debt. What do you mean by going back on my words? Moon Rabbit Clan kid, you are the one who went back on your words. You have already lost. In his opinion, what kind of background could Lin Ling have? It was not a big deal to slander him directly. I lost. You have a pair of dog eyes, right? Then I will tell you. In fact, other than the first mountain, the harvest from the next two mountains is definitely not lower than that divine crystal. Lin Ling seemed to sigh regretfully. The withered bone appeared in his right hand. This is the divine bone from the martial god realm. Boom! When these words fell, the demons' hearts exploded. As for the muddy pool behind me, I am very sorry. This is the underground smelly spirit, also known as ambergris. It is the product of great misfortune and great fortune. It is extremely rare. Boom! Lightning struck again. At this moment, the demons felt like they were country bumpkins. Even the high priest felt the same. They never thought that the withered bone that they had mocked before was actually the divine bone, and that fecal pit was the ambergris. The trash in their eyes was actually such a precious treasure. This slap made them dizzy and even a little ashamed. However, the demons' eyes quickly turned red and were filled with greed. The high priest could no longer sit still. He shouted coldly, "It seems that I have underestimated you. However, you should not have said it. You have indeed underestimated me. As for why I said it, it is because I am also very interested in the demon stones on you." Lin Ling's lips curled into a cold smile. Let me show you the power of the ambergris. Roar. Chapter 2111. Defeated without a fight. So scary, what is that? Oh my God, is this the power of the ambergris? We were all wrong. Not only were we wrong, but we also underestimated him. This Moon Rabbit Clan boy is really scary. The demons were shocked. Since when did the Moon Rabbit Clan have such a powerful young master? However, they were all worried about their own safety. I'm sorry, you really underestimated my master. Because other than the small saints, we are not weak either. Unfortunately, what frightened them was that Sword Immortal Xianxia and the others were also very powerful. Many of the demons knelt down and even kowtowed. Moreover, Sword Immortal Xianxia and the others did not even need to use their full strength against these demons. However, this also made the sexy beauty's face change slightly. These people were so powerful. With her status and strength, why couldn't she see through them? Moreover, where did that snake come from? It gave her a strong sense of pressure. In fact, Lin Ling and the others were carrying immortal weapons and hiding their aura. With the immortal weapons that Lin Ling forged, she could not see through them. My father is one of the 5 great demon kings. You dare to mess around? As for the high priest, he had already forgotten to drink his tea. However, he was still the son of the great demon king. Among those of the same age, other than the top geniuses of each race, he was not afraid of anyone. Moreover, his background was not small. Unless this Moon Rabbit Clan boy wanted to be annihilated, he would not dare to touch him. All right, the high priest is still here. The demons who knelt down were excited. They still had a chance. At this time, Lin Ling walked towards the hill and stopped in front of the high priest. He looked at him indifferently. Scared? Scared? The high priest guessed that Lin Ling must be scared. He said indifferently, I can't deny that you have some skills in treasure hunting. Unfortunately, in this world, strength is everything. I, the high priest, am a #1 genius of the demon race. No one can stop me. Let me tell you, if you don't kneel down today, you will regret it. Scared, his aura was insufferably arrogant. Lin Ling, on the other hand, was silent as he looked at the high priest. Seeing this, the demons became even more confident. They wanted to see the high priestess teach the Moon Rabbit Clan a lesson. Among them, only the sexy beauty's strength could tell the difference between the two. The high priest naturally couldn't see how terrifying Lin Ling was. He also thought that Lin Ling wouldn't dare to speak. He sneered at Lin Ling suddenly. His heart trembled, because Lin Ling was also looking at him. But that calm gaze carried an indescribable aura. This kind of aura, it was an aura that had been tempered by wind and rain. This aura was the aura of someone who had walked out from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. This aura was not something that could be faked. Instead, it was real, and it was accumulated through countless battles. Boom! The high priest felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His mind was filled with disbelief. He was the #1 prodigy of the demon race. So how could a Moon Rabbit Clan brat's aura be stronger than his? However, the surrounding demons didn't notice his surprise at all and continued to cheer. At this moment, Lin Ling finally spat out, I'm scared of you. Thud, thud, thud. With just one sentence, the high priest took 3 steps back, his face pale. What? The clamoring demons all around were like ducks holding their necks. Even the demon pig king's chin fell to the ground. The high priest was the #1 prodigy of the demon race. His father was a great demon king, and he would soon marry the daughter of the great demon king of the East. Such a prodigy of the demon race was actually scared to the point of taking 3 steps back? Was this a dream? Scared of you. Lin Ling took another step forward. With his current strength, other than the ancient giants of the various races, who would he be afraid of? Thud! The high priest subconsciously knelt on the ground. Moreover, he struggled to stand up, but his legs didn't live up to his expectations. He could only continue to tremble. This scene undoubtedly caused the demons to be extremely disappointed. He lost. The #1 prodigy of the demon race. I thought he would win. In the end, before the battle even began, his will to fight crumbled. A demon said in shock. Although he didn't understand what had happened, he guessed that the two of them weren't on the same level. One was a prodigy who relied on his father's protection to dominate the demon realm. The other was a nameless junior who had battle experience and fought countless life and death battles. The two couldn't be compared. In fact, this was indeed the case. Although Lin Ling had Li Xiaoyao's memories, whether it was Li Xiaoyao or Lin Ling, they grew up step by step by relying on themselves. It could also be said that the current Lin Ling didn't borrow Li Xiaoyao's aura. With his own aura, he could suppress the high priest. My father is the great demon king. At this moment, the high priest didn't dare to look at Lin Ling. He muttered to himself, try to regain his confidence. A stray dog who only knows how to rely on his cheap father? Lin Ling sneered. He took a step forward, grabbed the high priest's head, and slammed it into the ground. Boom! The earth shook and the hills swayed. This domineering and magnificent action undoubtedly shocked all the demons. In their hearts, this Moon Rabbit Clan brat was the great demon king of the demon race. Spare me. I was wrong. This time, all the demons knelt down willingly. Moreover, they blamed the high priest in their hearts. This was because the high priest was so confident in the beginning and said that he was the best. In the end, he admitted defeat before the battle. It was very ironic. They were happy for nothing. Hand over the demon's stones and scram. Lin Ling looked at the demons and said, I'll hand them over. Me too. These demons had powerful backgrounds. Some of them even had the strength of a big shot in the human world. However, they all admitted defeat at this moment. After all, compared to face, their lives were obviously more important. Therefore, right now, they only wanted to leave this fiend. Wait. Suddenly, Lin Ling said calmly, You have to leave on your knees. What? All the demons opened their mouths wide. Leaving on their knees? That was too embarrassing. When you mocked me before, you should have known that there would be such a price. Of course, you have a second choice. Lin Ling said, What choice is it? I choose the second choice. After all, if I leave on my knees, I won't have the face to see anyone in the future. Scram. Hearing this, all the demons were stunned. Then, they laughed bitterly in their hearts. Neither choice was a good choice. Of course, they still chose to scram. At least it would be more dignified. Therefore, a shocking scene appeared. A large number of demon tribe leaders rolled on the hills and out of the vast mountains. The demons who were watching from afar were dumbfounded. Sword Immortal Tsang Tian looked at the pathetic demons in disdain. He knew that his master had shown mercy. Otherwise, these demons would have been wiped out long ago. Wait. At this time, Lin Ling said again. Without a doubt, his voice caused the demons to tremble in fear. What other conditions did the little ancestor of the Moon Rabbit tribe have? Fox King, stay. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold as he looked at the Fox King. He could not be bothered to make things difficult for the other demons. However, he could not do that to the Fox King. This was because this person had betrayed him and violated Lin Ling's principles. What else do you want? Chapter 21:12. The Chaotic Realm of True Force. Hee. Lin Ling smiled and didn't answer his question. Instead, he turned around and left. Those who knew Lin Ling knew what that smile represented. Even Lin Ling's former enemies called that smile the Grim Reaper's smile. The Fox King's body trembled. Lin Ling didn't say anything. Instead, he smiled. This made the Fox King feel even more uneasy. Wait, spare me. I really didn't know that this lord was so powerful. He shouted anxiously. My master made a fair trade with you, yet you dare to go back on your word and blame it on my master. I have to say, even I admire your courage. At this moment, a sword slashed out. It was Sword Immortal Tsang Heaven. A sword wound appeared on the Fox King's neck. He regretted it. He shouldn't have trusted the high priest. He shouldn't have been greedy and violated the principle of selling the mountain. Of course, this wasn't because he was looking down on Lin Ling, but because he didn't expect a young master of the Moon Rabbit tribe to be so powerful. Sword Immortal Tsang Heaven and the others laughed coldly in disdain and strode away with Lin Ling. They knew that Lin Ling's goal was to find the Demon King's daughter, so he couldn't be bothered with these people. And that was indeed the case. Currently, Lin Ling was in an extremely good mood. He didn't expect to have such an unexpected harvest. Moreover, it was a huge harvest. Not only did the ambergris restore the little saint's strength, but it was also useful to Lin Ling. As for the god's bone, it was also an extremely rare treasure. After that, Lin Ling looked for a way to enter the realm of true force. The true martial world and the demon area were actually two different worlds. They were separated by the void enchantment. If one wanted to enter the true martial world, they had to open the void enchantment. After Lin Ling and the others left, the vast mountain was still quiet. Many demons were watching from afar. Fox King is dead. Serves him right. Who told him to violate his own rule of selling the mountain? Since he dares to sell the mountain, then he shouldn't touch the harvest of the guests. This time, I've clearly kicked an iron plate. What I'm most curious about is the background of that moon rabbit clan brat, and why is the person by his side so powerful? Voices of discussion rose and fell one after another. On the hill, the high priest was still kneeling there, his eyes flashing. He was surprised that Lin Ling didn't kill him. You didn't kill me. If I had met you, you'd be dead for sure. Right now, I have to get back as quickly as possible. I don't want to miss the wedding. The high priest stood up, causing the devils in the distance to be startled. Because the high priest was not obliterated, he was supposed to kneel for 3 years, but the high priest went back on his words again. All of you die. The high priestess floated up into the air, surrounded by countless palms that looked like butterflies. By the time they slammed into the ground, all of the devil folk in the area were dead. Today's shameful matter must not be spread out. The high priest's face twisted. For the sake of face, he could kill everyone in the world. Soon after, he smiled ferociously and disappeared. He had to rush back to attend the wedding. He would become the first son-in-law of the devil folk and make the entire devil folk envious of his brilliance. At this moment, the true martial world had already been sealed by someone. This method was extremely powerful. Only one of the 5 great demon kings of the demon domain, the 100 million great demon king, could do this. Moreover, the sealed true martial world could only be opened if one had a token. As for leaving, it was even more impossible. Therefore, the experts of the Zhenwu world had no idea what was happening outside. The high priest and the Eastern Devil King's daughter are getting married. It's a match made in heaven. In the current devil folk, after the fall of the Pink Prince and the other 5 devil kings, the high priest is the symbol of the number 1 genius. He represents the pride of the devil folk. He will surpass the Pink Prince and sweep away the geniuses of various races. I heard that the Eastern Devil King's daughter worships the high priest and took the initiative to deliver herself to him. Is that so? I heard that the 100 million lives Great Devil King and the Crystal Master of the Devil Folk joined hands to injure the Eastern Devil King and forced him to hand over the Zhenwu world. Then, the Eastern Devil King's daughter will marry the high priest and let the high priest control the Zhenwu world. Moreover, the 400 million lives Great Devil King is also eyeing covetously. The Eastern Devil King alone is not his opponent. What nonsense are you talking about? You actually dared to sow discord. Kill. In the Zhenwu world, as long as the devil folk spoke the truth, they would be immediately killed. This led to a change in the wind. The Eastern Devil King fancied the high priest's future and humbly married his daughter to him. This big wedding that caused a sensation in the devil folk was undoubtedly the most dazzling event of the devil folk after the 4 Clans tournament. Perhaps the entire devil folk also wanted to take advantage of this event to drive away bad luck. At this moment, under a tall mountain range, 2 mountain ranges towered into the clouds like swords. Between the 2 mountains, powerful law chains flickered. A tall and sturdy domineering giant was tied there. His long hair was disheveled and his eyes were red. The chains that bound his body were like knives cutting him. However, he was very strong, so he was constantly recovering. While recovering, he was being cut. This process was undoubtedly extremely painful. However, that giant did not feel anything. Instead, he coldly looked into the distance. Devil Dragon Colt, you betrayed me. His voice shook the sky. It was unyielding and unfair, as if it had spread throughout the entire Zhenwu world. Hearing that voice, the native devil folk of the Zhenwu world clenched their fists. Their sharp nails pierced their palms, but they did not feel anything. It was the voice of their king, the Eastern Devil King. If the Eastern Devil King's first advisor, Devil Dragon Colt, had not secretly framed him, how could the dignified Eastern Devil King be defeated so easily? Roar. The roar was like that of a beast king, spreading throughout the Zhenwu world again. In that mountain range, the bound giant trembled. His eyes were red, full of unyielding and unwillingness. At this moment, two figures appeared in the mountain range. They smiled and looked at the Eastern Devil King. The person on the left was wearing a large cloak. The law on his body was extremely terrifying. He was the crystal master of the Devil Kingdom. The person on the right looked like a human, but he had horns on his forehead. He was wearing a white robe. A large number of palms were floating around his body. He was the 100,000,000 lives great Devil King. These two were ancient giants who could shake the devil folk with just a move of their feet. When you refused to invade the human race, you became the public enemy of the entire devil folk. The crystal master of the Devil Kingdom said indifferently. Then he sighed. Why? You're the oldest. We should respect you. Why do you have to violate the righteousness of the devil folk? Bullshit. The devil folk will suffer countless casualties if they collide with the human race. You are doing this for your own selfish reasons. That giant roared. He was still as unyielding as before. The crystal master of the Devil Kingdom smiled. He flicked his finger, and a large number of devils as thick as a finger flew out. They were densely packed like locusts and crazily tore at that giant. Even his bones were exposed. However, that giant did not even frown. You have no way out. I have sealed the true martial world. No one can save you. Of course, even if I hadn't sealed it, no one would have been able to save you. After your daughter and my son get married, my son will take over the true martial world. The 100,000,000 lives great Devil King said indifferently. Chapter 21:13. An unchangeable fate. That's not up to you. I've heard that your daughter has reincarnated. She has always been pure and honest. I will let my son play with her. After we obtain Wuxia, I will obliterate your daughter. The 100,000,000 lives Demon King's face was very calm, as if he was talking about the most normal thing. He raised his eyebrows at the same time. Countless palms flew out and fell on the giant's body, causing his body to sink deep into it. Thank you, Eastern Demon King. I will take your Zhenwu realm. After that, the 100,000,000 lives Demon King turned around and left. After the two Demon Kings disappeared, the giant roared towards the sky. He had fought countless battles in his life and had never been defeated. However, he did not expect that today he would be framed by his own people. He was not reconciled. At this moment, Dreamlike Mountain was still as beautiful as a fairyland. Pink snow floated down from the sky, sprinkling down the beauty of the world. Dreamlike Mountain. Life was like a dream, like the moon in the water, like a flower in the mirror, like the moon in the water. It seemed to be saying that the so-called love was actually like a dream. In the end, there was no result. Just like the falling snow, although beautiful, it would still melt in the end. I only care about what I once had. Why care about eternity? At the top of the mountain, under the huge ancient tree, a young girl smiled and looked at the sky. She stretched out her small hand to catch the falling snow. She was Xianxia. She revealed a sweet smile. In her mind, there was a young girl's dream. Whoosh! The wind blew over, blowing her long hair. Faintly, she saw the promise of a young boy and a young girl under the tree. They held hands and stood under the tree, making a promise of youth. Xiaoling, your father did not allow me to be with you. He said that humans and demons cannot coexist together. However, I, Li Xiaoyao, do not believe all of this. I have the heavenly eyes. Whether humans or demons, I will break this rule. You only need to wait for me. When the day comes that I rule the world, I will come and marry you. At that time, who can stop us? Yes. The young boy made a promise word by word. I believe you. Yes. The young girl was pure like the pink snow in the sky. She had a beautiful fantasy of love. That's good. Yes. The young man revealed a smile. It was extremely brilliant, but it was also filled with strong confidence. She still remembered the promise she made thousands of years ago. She was Li Xiaoyao's first love and the first person he loved. That was enough for her. It was because her man was extremely outstanding, the #1 emperor being of the 4 great eras. She couldn't help but smile even more happily and blissfully. She saw the young girl leaning on the young man's shoulder. She softly said, "Even if we separate in the end, our fated marriage will not end. No matter how many thousands of generations pass, it will not end. In the future, if there comes a day when I come here again, the person who will accompany me will be you. If there comes a day when I am willing to enter the cycle of reincarnation for you, we will meet again here." The young man smiled and said firmly, "Because they were fated to be together." She recalled her first encounter with that young man in the ghost realm. The young man was in danger, so she turned around to save him. She was captured by a powerful enemy, but the young man resolutely came back to save her. At that time, the heavens arranged for them to meet again. However, if only life was like the first time we met, could it be that she and Lin Ling could only meet for the first time forever? When everything was about to be perfect, would the two of them have to brush past each other again? "Lin Ling, I'm sorry. This time, this young girl will leave first again. Just like Li Xiaoyao in the previous life, when you come back, this young girl will have already reincarnated. And this time is also the same. Who told you to be so slow? And every time, you are so slow that this young girl is impatient." The young girl played with her black hair and said in a somewhat willful manner, "It was just that it was simple, but her little face was full of tears, because her body and her heart only belonged to one person, so she would rather die than marry someone else. If she really wanted to marry, then she would enter the cycle of reincarnation. She had always dreamed of the man who loved her to come and pick her up. Unfortunately, her man always came late. All of this might be fate. It was like this in the previous life, and it was also like this in this life. I will give you a song. I hope that in the next life, you can come and find me again." On the top of the mountain, the snow was fluttering and the wind was whistling. The sound of nature seemed to spread throughout the entire Zhenwu world. Boom! At the distant border of the Zhenwu world, a barrier was forcefully blasted open by someone. Following that, a handsome and slender figure walked in with a happy smile on his face. Someone actually sealed the Zhenwu world. It's really a big deal. That person wiped the sweat off his forehead and couldn't help but shrug and laugh. If it weren't for his good barrier skills, it would have been really difficult for him to enter the Zhenwu world. As expected of Master, this barrier is so strong that I couldn't cut it open even after 10 slashes. Master actually broke it. Behind the young man, a few more people walked in. "Idiot, the barrier is not like the martial arts of the law. It takes a long time to set it up, but once it is set up successfully, its power is not weak." The young man rolled his eyes and replied, I don't understand anyway. I just know that Master is powerful." One of them laughed. "Well, Dark Dragon Emperor, I can give you 98 points for this flattery." Another person was very unhappy. It seemed that because the latter had flattered his master, he was very jealous. Is this the Zhenwu world? Behind the two devastatingly beautiful women also walked in. One of them, a more delicate woman, was surprised. Yes, the territory of the great demon king of the East, and also Master's mortal enemy. The other woman said, "Mortal enemies, if they are like-minded, they can also become close friends." The young man in the lead looked into the distance and couldn't help but reveal a brilliant smile. However, soon, he faintly heard a familiar voice drifting over. Xinyuan Gur, that little demoness, but the girl who had a predestined marriage with him. Although the voice was joyful, he could faintly hear that there was also a touch of nostalgia and sadness in it. "Disciples, it's time to go. Moreover, I have a feeling that there will be a big battle soon." The young man's eyes turned cold. He slightly clenched his fists, and cracking sounds continuously rang out. I've long wanted to meet the great demon king of the demon race. With our current strength, it's very difficult to kill them. However, winning a battle against them is just a small problem. The few people behind him followed the young man and strode forward. After they left, the barrier behind them slowly shrank, and a figure wearing a large cloak slowly walked out. Then, the cloak was removed, revealing a slightly wild but beautiful face. Where do these guys come from? They can actually break the barrier of the first high priest of the demon realm. When did the demon race have such a powerful guy? Most importantly, the strength of that Moon Rabbit clan boy is too mysterious. Moreover, those guys who don't look weak actually listen to his orders. It would be strange if I'm not curious. After muttering, the figure put on the cloak and quietly followed. However, from the outline of the cloak, one could vaguely see that it was a woman, and her figure was extremely good. The Zhenwu world was full of smoke, but the strongest forces of the demon race were gathered there. Chapter 21:14. Bone City's Great Calamity Kill. Although the great Eastern Demon King was captured, most of his subordinates were extremely loyal, and they fought back with all their might. Capture all of them. Kill those who don't obey. Tell them that the true martial realm belongs to the High Priest. Kill. Under the dusky sky, a huge demon race stepped on the ground and chased after the remaining forces. The leader was an old man with a goat's head. He stroked his beard and smiled sinisterly. He was the former military advisor of the great Eastern Demon King, Immortal Ballad. His IQ, when compared to the other demons, was clearly several streets ahead of him. Therefore, when he saw that the great Eastern Demon King was on the decline, he colluded with other great Eastern Demon Kings and framed his old master. Immortal Ballad, you old man, let me tell you, as long as I don't die today, I will kill you someday. Kill. On the ground, many demons were captured. However, they were unyielding, and they sneered at the sky. Lord Mo Yun, how should we deal with those demons? Immortal Ballad looked at a thin and weak youth beside him with flattery. This youth had a pair of bone wings behind his back. He was extremely wise and powerful, and the evil smile on his face made him even more charming. He came from the 400 million Great Eastern Demon King, and he was the second genius under the Great Eastern Demon King. After the fall of the Pink Crown Prince, the other geniuses who were ranked at the bottom also rose. Kill. The youth called Lord Mo Yun said with a smile, "You will all die a horrible death." On the ground, the great Eastern Demon King's subordinates all roared. I love to hear people's unwilling voices before they die, because they are angry at me, but they are not my opponent. This feeling is too good. Surprisingly, the youth enjoyed the angry voices of the earth very much. He even danced happily with an intoxicated face. Puff, swoosh. Under his dance, the demons on the ground were killed one by one, and blood spilled on the ground. Even the demon dragon cult trembled. This Lord Mo Yun was truly abnormal. He smiled and said, "Lord Mo Yun, we can go to the Bone City now. That's the border defense line. I think a third of the great Demon King of the East forces have fled there. Are there many people?" Lord Mo Yun was still dancing as he asked with a smile. "Many. At least several 100 million. Haha. Then let's kill them. I don't like people who beg for mercy. It's too boring. I hope they have a strong backbone." Under the leadership of Lord Mo Yun, the Devil Army charged towards the Bone City. The Bone City belonged to the winged race. This tribe was not strong, but their background was not small. Rumor has it that the great Eastern Demon King specifically warned not to provoke this tribe. No one knew the reason. Only the people of the Wing clan knew that it was because of Lin Ling, and the leader of the Wing tribe was actually Lin Ling's ancient flame devil, which was also Lin Ling's elder brother, Gu Zhantian. Lord, the world of true martial is becoming more and more chaotic. What should we do now? In the vast Bone City, all the strong cultivators looked as if they were facing a great enemy. They looked at the middle-aged man in the lead, and their faces were extremely grave. That middle-aged man was their leader, the city lord of Bone City, Gu Zhantian. The great Eastern Demon King has been captured, and his daughter is going to be married off to the Grand Priest. Right now, the two demon kings have joined forces, and I heard that the 400 million devil kings are also eyeing them covetously. We are not their opponents at all. A worried voice rang out, after which the eyes of the person who spoke brightened. Why don't we join the 100 million lives devil king side? I heard that as long as we submit, everything will be forgotten. Pack! As the sound of his voice faded, a resounding slap landed on the face of that devil. I don't wish to hear such words again. The one who slapped him was Xianxia. Lord, please think thrice. For the sake of our tribe, we have to do this. That devil gritted his teeth and spoke. You have followed me for many years and should know my character well. You should also know of my second brother, Lin Ling. If it wasn't for him, our tribe would have long perished. If it wasn't for him arranging a path for us, how could we have such peaceful days? Now that the great Eastern Demon King is in trouble, you want me to submit to him? How do you want me to face my second brother in the future? Xianxia spoke word by word, his words causing that devil to be speechless. In truth, Lin Ling was the hero of their tribe. If Lin Ling was in trouble, that devil would definitely die to help him. But this didn't mean that he would help the great Eastern Demon King. Also, for those who disturb the morale of our tribe, kill them all. Xianxia gritted his teeth as tears flickered in his eyes. However, he still killed that devil with a single punch. That devil had followed him for many years and was extremely loyal. Today's suggestion was for the sake of their tribe. But even so, he still had to kill him. Everything was for the sake of brotherhood. Put on. Everyone knelt down. We swear to fight alongside Lord. This is then the true men of my tribe. Although today's calamity would cause our entire tribe to perish, no matter if we are humans or devils, we all have our own principles. If we are heartless and emotionless, what's the difference between us and plants? Hence, death isn't terrifying. What's most terrifying is dying silently. For our tribe, even if we die, we must do so with a bang. Xianxia stared ahead as he spoke, his words causing the other devils to roar. Bang, bang, bang. That heroic roar pierced through the clouds. Lord, this is bad. The myriad waves devil general is rushing over with his subordinates. Behind them are Lord Devil Cloud and the others. Lord Devil Cloud and his subordinates are chasing after us. At this moment, a voice rang out. Welcome them. Xianxia hurriedly spoke. That myriad waves devil general was a subordinate of the Eastern Devil King. Now that he was fleeing for his life, he had to help no matter what. Rumble. The Bone City was like a castle. From afar, it looked like a gigantic piece of bone. At this moment, the bone started to wriggle as the sky opened up. Thank you, Brother Xianxia. From afar, a large number of subordinates of the Eastern Devil King arrived. All of them were in a sorry state and had suffered heavy injuries. It was hard to imagine that if the Bone City didn't open up, they wouldn't have been able to flee for long. After that, they would all die on the way here. Quickly enter the city. Xianxia hurriedly spoke, allowing the devils to descend. At the same time, Lord Devil Cloud and his subordinates arrived. Myriad Waves Devil General, are you still going to be so stubborn? Among the devils, the devil dragon Colt coldly snorted. The goatee on his face curled up in satisfaction. Traitor, I will definitely kill you in this lifetime. A large number of voices rang out from the Bone City. However, the devil dragon Colt merely laughed as he stared at Xianxia. Xianxia, I've heard of you before. You seem to be the brother of Lin Ling from the human race. But today, will you choose to be with us? Or will you choose death? I choose your mother. Xianxia laughed, retorting with cold words. The devil dragon Colt's countenance turned extremely unsightly. Don't think that just because you are Lin Ling's brother, you can do whatever you want. Let me tell you, Lin Ling is dead for sure. The true martial realm had long been sealed. Hence, they weren't clear about the matters of the four-race competition. They only knew that the geniuses of the devil race had all fallen. Hence, the devil dragon Colt felt that Lin Ling was nothing but trash. Chapter 21:15. Overlord raises the cauldron, seal the city. Xianxia couldn't be bothered to speak any more nonsense. With a low roar, cracking sounds rang out. It was as though pieces of building blocks were stacked together. The sky above the bone city was sealed by the bones, causing the vision of the entire city to darken. Hee hee, Devil Dragon Colt. Are they refusing to surrender? Lord Mo Yin looked at the shrinking bones and suddenly laughed. Lord, that's right. I'm most afraid of them surrendering because I can't kill them. Not surrendering now is exactly what I want. It's merely the bones of the heavenly bone abyss dragon. Watch how I break through you. The moment the city is breached, there will be no survivors. Lord Mo Yin waved his hands as numerous devil giants walked out. They all transformed into devil giants and smashed their fists into the bone city. Furthermore, the reason why they attacked was so that the people in the city would tremble in fear. However, this was indeed the case. Because of the sounds of the attacks, the city was filled with explosions, causing the faces of all the devils to turn pale. The moment the city is breached, no survivors? This feeling of death slowly descending upon them was something that no one could endure. AI, old Gu, I've implicated you. The 10,000 layers devil general looked at Gu Zhantian with guilt. If it didn't come here to seek refuge, the Bone City wouldn't have met with such a calamity. Hee hee, I'm indebted to the great Eastern Devil King for taking care of me in the past. Today I, Gu Zhantian, am able to repay him a little. I'm already satisfied. Furthermore, the flames of war will eventually implicate this place. Gu Zhantian shook his head and laughed. He looked around and discovered that his tribesmen were all pale, but their gazes were resolute. This made him feel gratified. Their tribes were all good people. Even if they were to die, even if they were afraid, they wouldn't have any complaints. Ka ka ka. At this moment, the pitch-black bones in the sky began to crack. This change caused the expressions of all the devils in the city to change drastically. Old Gu, the battle of life and death has begun. The 10,000 layers devil general laughed bitterly. Gu Zhantian also laughed bitterly. Kaka. The bones in the sky began to shatter, and the cracks grew larger and larger. When all the bones were broken, the sky would no longer be covered, and the army would slaughter their way in. Brothers, grab your weapons and prepare to fight to the death. Killing one won't be a loss, but killing two will be a gain. Gu Zhantian gritted his teeth as he spoke. His grip on the weapon in his hand tightened, and his voice caused the entire city to roar in anger. Even the 10,000 devil generals couldn't help but feel admiration for Gu Zhantian's tribe. Gu Zhantian's tribe was truly unyielding. Bang! At this moment, in the sky above the Bone City, the powerful demons were taking turns to attack. As for Lord Mo Yin and the others, they were watching the show and laughing. The city is about to be breached. Everyone, prepare to kill to your heart's content. Let me deal the final blow. A devil with an elephant trunk walked out. He was tall and sturdy, and he transformed into a 100-meter-tall devil elephant. Furthermore, he raised his legs high. It's Lord Xianxia. The surrounding demons cheered, and some even teased. My lord, I'm afraid your kick won't succeed. Only the next lord will be able to break through this city. Bullshit. Watch my power. The demonic elephant also let out an angry roar, which made Lord Mo Yin laugh out loud. His subordinates really knew how to please him. Trampling heaven and earth. Almost at the same time, that terrifying elephant leg ruthlessly smashed down. The aura it exuded was so terrifying that it directly stirred up the clouds. At this moment, the surrounding demons all stopped laughing. Not only that, their eyes all narrowed. They didn't doubt that that leg could trample the entire city. Boom! A thunderous boom rang out, shaking the hearts of everyone. As expected, that sturdy skeleton finally shattered, causing the bones to fall down like rain. The sunlight from the sky also shone into the city, as though it was the light of the god of death. Not only that, that pair of ferocious elephant legs didn't stop and continued to stomp down ruthlessly. One could imagine how many people would die if that stomp landed on the city. Bang! But at this moment, a muffled sound rang out. Under that terrifying elephant leg, a mysterious young man appeared out of nowhere. He blocked the gigantic elephant leg with a single hand, appearing extremely mysterious. That arm of his wasn't thick, but it gave off the feeling of a domineering overlord lifting a cauldron. Chi! This scene was undoubtedly extremely shocking, causing all the demons in the sky to suck in a breath of cold air. After all, that demonic elephant lord's leg wasn't something that anyone could block. Most people would end up being trampled into meat paste. In the Bone City, all the demons' expressions changed drastically. In their eyes, that figure under the dazzling sunlight was like a great demon king descending at this moment. Who is this person? Lord Mo Yun's expression turned cold. That person had ruined his plan? You're courting death. That demonic elephant was also furious. It roared towards the sky, and a wave of air rushed up to the sky. That elephant leg was lifted high up again, and then it smashed down ruthlessly. This leg was even more ferocious than the previous one. However, under everyone's gaze, that mysterious person floated in the sky like the god of death, and raised his right hand again. Bang! With just a light block, that terrifying leg was blocked again. Moreover, the young man stretched out his left hand and actually grabbed the demonic elephant's leg with his right hand. An indescribable force erupted at the same time, and the mountain-like demonic elephant was flipped over by him. Then, the young man shouted angrily, "Get lost!" Boom! The 100-meter-tall demonic elephant was smashed into the ground in the distance, causing all the mountains to collapse. Booming sounds rang out continuously. Silence. In the sky of the Bone City, there was a deathly silence in the city. A seemingly thin and small body had actually flipped over the demonic elephant. Was this a dream? Even Lord Mo Yun's expression changed slightly. However, the demonic dragon colt beside him was worthy of being called a military advisor. It immediately smiled and said, "Sir, I don't know which great demon king is behind this. This kind of divine power has alarmed the demons. Not behind this, but there are a few brothers of the demons," the young man said in a hoarse voice as he patted the dust off his palms. Hee, then he must be one of us." Hearing this, the demonic dragon colt immediately let out a sigh of relief. That was because he knew all the subordinates of the great demon king of the East, but he had never seen that mysterious person. Obviously, that mysterious person was from another great demon king. As for the other great demon kings, wasn't that equal to one of them? This time, the realm of true force has gathered the 100 million lives great demon kings, the crystal masters of the devil kingdom, and the 400 million great demon kings. Your Excellency should be under their control, the demonic dragon colt said with a smile. Under the gazes of everyone, that mysterious person laughed and said, "I don't know the 100 million lives great demon kings, but I've come into contact with quite a few crystal masters of the devil kingdom." Hearing this, the demonic dragon colt finally relaxed. So was one of them. As for the Bone City, the expressions of Gu Zhantian and the others were extremely unsightly. As expected, this mysterious person was an enemy. It would be difficult for them to escape this calamity. However, just as they were preparing to fight to the death, the mysterious person in the sky had already turned his gaze over. He slowly removed his cloak and said, "Big brother, long time no see." The moment this voice rang out, the entire city fell silent. When Gu Zhantian and the others cast their gazes onto the face of the mysterious person, that handsome face and familiar silhouette caused their bodies to tremble violently. Second brother, sir, chapter 21:16. You sneak attacked me? In the Bone City, the members of the Wings race were all agitated. Their eyes were wet with tears. Once, their Wings race encountered a great calamity, but a young man descended from the sky and saved their entire tribe. After that incident, they knew that the young man was the younger brother of their leader, Lin Ling from the mortal world. Today, the Wings race encountered another calamity. That godlike young man descended once more. Naturally, the him now could no longer be called a young man. He was more like an indomitable man. Second brother, staring at the tall and slender figure in the air, Gu Zhantian's eyes grew even more moist. The young man who was protected by the ancient flame devil in the past no longer had the childishness on his face. His chiseled face now had a hint of resoluteness and coldness. Evidently, this young man had experienced many bitter battles during these years. The young man of the past had already surpassed him. The young man of today, even he, Gu Zhantian, had to look up to him. But luckily, this young man with the aura of an overlord was actually his, Gu Zhantian's, brother. Long time no see. Lin Ling smiled as he waved his hands. Sir, the cheers of the entire bone race grew even more frenzied. Who is this person? That general and his subordinates were all stunned. They could clearly see that after the arrival of this mysterious young man, the morale of the Wings race actually soared, completely different from before. Could it be that the Wings race really thought that this mysterious young man would be able to defeat Lord Devilcloud and the others? An amazing person. Gu Zhantian heaved a sigh of relief. He took out a flask of wine and gulped it down. After that, he passed the flask to the devil general beside him. Relax. After that fellow comes, let alone a mere Lord Demoncloud. Even if the Grand Devil King is here, there's no need to fear him. Drinking wine? If it wasn't for the fact that Gu Zhantian seemed normal, the general would have thought that he had gone mad. In addition, would that young man in the air be able to save them? Naturally, Lord Devilcloud and the others also felt that Lin Ling had gone mad. Although Lin Ling easily defeated the Devil Elephant Leg earlier, under Lord Devilcloud, there wasn't just a single general with such strength. Sir, have you gone mad? If you insist on going against us, you will definitely die. The demonic dragon colt stroked his beard and said coldly. At the side, Lord Mo Yin didn't have that much patience, and he let out a furious roar. How audacious! You even dare to ruin my matters. In his eyes, that was only a brat from the Moon Rabbit clan. Even if that brat had some ability, he was like an ant to him. Everyone could sense that Lord Mo Yin was enraged. Moreover, his killing intent was overflowing. It was hard to imagine how terrifying this somewhat perverted lord would be when he was enraged. He might even kill his own people. Numerous gazes by Lord Mo Yun's side instantly shot towards Lin Ling while burning with rage, and it was as if they were blaming Lin Ling for implicating them. I'll give you 10 breaths of time to escape. After 10 breaths, all of you will die. However, Lin Ling spat out a soft voice. These words undoubtedly infuriated Lord Mo Yin even more. Moreover, he felt extremely ashamed. He was being threatened by a brat from the Moon Rabbit clan. Kill him. Someone kill him. I'll do it. Lord Mo Yin, please calm down. I alone am enough to kill this brat. His arrogance knows no bounds. Those demons were so angry that their teeth were chattering. Even the demonic dragon colt was complaining that Lin Ling was too arrogant. 9, 8, 7. However, Lin Ling was indifferent and calmly counted. Don't go. I want to see what kind of waves he can stir up after 10 breaths a time. Lord Mo Yin suddenly waved his hand. The more arrogant the other party was, the angrier he was. Therefore, he would wait and wait patiently. That's right. Those demons also spoke. They even leaned on their elbows and sneered at Lin Ling, shook his head, and continued counting. When it was over, there were finally experts from the demons who couldn't hold back anymore. You're counting too slowly. I'm getting impatient from waiting. Demonic Chi swept out majestically. The black demonic Chi turned into a huge bat and attacked Lin Ling with a sound wave. Lord Mo by bat. The demons were excited because the law of sound was extremely rare and impossible to guard against. It could kill people without them noticing. Before the formless sound wave got close to Lin Ling, the bone city below shook. Gradually, many bones began to explode from the center like flowers blooming. This was the power of the law of sound. On the surface, it was undetectable, but by the time you realized it, your body would have been shaken into meat paste. It was said that the powerful law of sound could reach the ground and make the world explode. Of course, Lord Mo by Bat naturally didn't have such power. However, He believed that it wouldn't be difficult for him to kill Lin Ling. Buzz. The formless sound wave enveloped Lin Ling and echoed continuously, causing the demons below to feel pain in their ears. Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. Under the leadership of Lord Mo Yun, I killed that arrogant junior. After the Mo by Bat attacked, he immediately turned around and looked at Lord Mo Yun. His voice was filled with pride. In his opinion, that kid should have been shaken into pieces. Lord Mo Yun nodded with satisfaction. The demons beside him also had the same thought as the Mo by Bat. As for the experts of the Wings tribe in the Bone City, they were also worried. Although they knew that Lord Lin Ling was very powerful, his opponent was a martial emperor. Unfortunately, would Lin Ling die so easily? They had underestimated Lin Ling's godly demon body. Boom! In a sound wave storm, a punch was thrown. The Mo by Bat flapped his large bat wings and was still waiting for the punch. However, when the punch came, the law of space whistled. Whoosh! His wings were torn apart by the law of space, and blood dripped out. You sneak attacked me. The intense pain made the Mo by Bat roar angrily. He turned around and glared at Lin Ling. That kid didn't die. Lord Mo Yun and the others were slightly surprised. However, they were soon enraged. That arrogant kid actually sneak attacked? What a bunch of pitiful demons. They had 10 breaths of time to escape, but they missed it. How pitiful. However, under their gazes, Lin Ling shook his head coldly and slowly reached for the ancient sword behind him. If you hadn't sneak attacked me, I would have killed you earlier. Hearing Lin Ling's cold words, the Mo by Bat was even more furious. Sneak attacked. Lin Ling sneered and slowly pulled out the tyrannical song sword with his right hand. Watch carefully. Next, I will kill you with one stroke. What? Hearing that, the Mo by Bat and the other demons were stunned. Then, their anger surged like a tide. Arrogant. Who is this guy? Why is he so arrogant? Come on, let me see what you're capable of. It was the first time the Mo by Bat had met such an arrogant person. He was a rank 2 martial emperor and was a commander under the great demon king. Who dared to be so arrogant to him? Swoosh! Almost as soon as he spoke, a sword slashed out. The sharp space was like a thunderbolt. In an instant, it arrived in front of the Mo by Bat and grew bigger in his eyes. Fast! Too fast! The Mo by Bat opened his mouth wide. Before he could react, he was cut in half. Moreover, the law of space continued to wreak havoc and tore him apart. Sneak attack? Chapter 2117. Translator. Atlas Studios editor. Atlas Studios one man with one sword against an army of thousands. The moment those words were spoken, the demons felt as though they had lost all their face. Especially Lord Mo Yun. His throat emitted a low growl. Sneak attack? Previously, Lin Ling had warned the demon brushbat, but so what? Wasn't he still killed with a single sword? Good. Below the Bone City, Gu Zhantian and the rest cheered excitedly. Lord Lin Ling was stronger than they had imagined. As for Lord Mo Yun, he was silent. After all, the demon brushbat was a level 2 martial emperor. Now that it was killed with a single sword, it showed how powerful the Moon Rabbit clan kid was. Even in the entire demon city, he would be a senior commander. What made them depressed was that none of them actually knew such a powerhouse. All of you can die now, Lin Ling said calmly, as though he was talking about something normal. The spatial laws on the tyrannical song sword in his hand became even more frenzied. He took a step forward, and using the speed of space, he appeared in front of one of the demons. You're here to kill me? That demon transformed into a huge blood crocodile and opened its bloody mouth. A mysterious law was spat out. It was the law of biting. When it was powerful, it could even split the sea. Swoosh! Unfortunately, what welcomed it was a sword, an incomparably dazzling sword. The huge blood crocodile's mouth was slashed open, and its huge body was split into two. It could not block the sword at all. Most importantly, it was too easy for the sword to kill it. So powerful. In the Bone City, all the demons were shocked, and their eyes were filled with admiration. Killing a demon with a single sword. Only Lord Lin Ling could do it. Kill him. The demon clan members were shocked. Then, they roared angrily. They did not believe that Lin Ling could kill all of them by himself. Unfortunately, when the truth appeared, they had no choice but to believe it. Boom! At this moment, a huge ape fist smashed onto Lin Ling's head. That demon roared into the sky, thinking that his fist had dealt a fatal blow to Lin Ling. Your fist is big, but it's too weak. But in the next moment, a cold voice rang in his ears, causing the ape's eyes to widen. In his eyes, the puny Moon Rabbit Clan kid was unharmed. Whoosh! Then, he ended its life with a single slash. What a powerful physical body. Old Goo, who is that expert? He's too abnormal. The myriad demon general was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. Whoosh! Another sword slashed out. On the side of the devil race, a few more people were killed. They were unstoppable. Blood rained down from the sky. In the sky above Bone City, one man and one sword fought against 1,000 soldiers. A rank 2 martial emperor with 50,000 rules. Not bad at all. However, these rules are not enough to defeat us. Finally, Lord Mo Yun's voice rang out. Previously, he had been silent. In fact, he was looking at Lin Ling's strength. Who would have thought that after seeing it? He would be surprised. Normally, a second-level martial emperor would only have 30,000 laws, but Lin Ling had 50,000 laws. This showed how talented he was. However, to Mo Yun, Lin Ling was also considered half a demon race genius, but could not compare to him. Is Lord Mo Yun prepared to make a move? He is the number 2 genius under the 400 million Great Demon King, a third-level martial emperor with 60,000 laws. In Bone City, the myriad demon general said with a serious face. He also knew that no matter how powerful Lin Ling was, if he could not defeat Mo Yun, everything was just empty talk. This also meant that the most crucial battle had arrived. Don't worry, you will definitely win. He is the representative of fighting above his level. Within 300 rounds, he will be able to return alive. Seeing the battle in the sky, Gu Zhantian clenched his fist and said confidently. The myriad demon general sucked in a breath of cold air. Defeat Mo Yun in 300 rounds? Isn't he too confident? Just watch. Gu Zhantian said confidently. You should have heard of me. I am the number 2 genius under the 400 million Great Demon King, and also one of the top 10 geniuses of the demon domain. My name is Mo Yun. In the sky, Lord Mo Yun stared at Lin Ling with a cold smile on his face. If you are killed by me, you better not beg for mercy. I don't like people who beg for mercy. I prefer people who have a strong backbone and scold me before they die. His personality was still as perverted as before. Lin Ling could also be considered a genius. Killing such a genius would be even more satisfying. I'm sorry, I've never heard of your name before. However, Lin Ling didn't even look at him. He even slashed out with his sword, killing a demon in the distance. Such words and such an attitude undoubtedly caused Lord Mo Yun's face to turn red. He thought that Lin Ling would treat him seriously. Who would have thought that Lin Ling didn't even put him in his eyes? I'll let you see how powerful I am. Lord Mo Yun also knew that facts prevailed over sophistry, so he erupted with a terrifying power of law. The wings behind him spread open, and he transformed into a completely black bird. This bird had a ferocious appearance, and it had 3 heads. Each head represented a type of law, and they were respectively ominous chi, demonic chi, and devilish chi. Moreover, his laws had madly increased, surpassing 60,000 and reaching 70,000. As expected of one of the top 10 geniuses of the demon race, he actually possesses 70,000 laws at this level. He's probably not much weaker than the 6 young demon kings of the past. Sensing the terrifying laws in the sky, Lord Mo Yun's expression became even more solemn. As for the others, Lord Mo Yun was as tall as a mountain that they could never reach. Unfortunately, Lin Ling shook his head. 70,000 laws. It was too far from the 6 young demon kings of the past. It seemed that the younger generation of the demon race had also declined. My three great laws have the power to bind, defend, and attack. They're the most perfect laws. Moreover, on the surface, I seem to possess 70,000 laws, but in reality, I can fight 100,000 law adepts. A roar came from the blackbird, shocking countless people. Lord Mo Yun was too strong. He was also a genius that could fight above his level. Good. The morale of the demon race rose even higher. When I followed the 400 million great demon kings to fight all over the world, where were you? If I hadn't gone into seclusion, I would have participated in the 4-clan competition and won first place. However, a real genius will rise when it's time. After today's matter in the true martial world is over, I will go to the mortal world and let the 4 clans know how powerful I am. The blackbird's aura became even crazier. His lofty ambition made the demon race in the Bone City suck in a breath of cold air. They were shocked by Lord Mo Yun's ambition and strength. If you go to the mortal world, the 4 clans will know how powerful your nonsense is. At this time, Lin Ling finally interrupted him indifferently. That was because the other party was indeed talking too much nonsense. Then he slashed out with his sword. The law of space roared crazily at this moment, forming a storm, causing the space in the sky to crack. It seemed as if the boundary of the true martial world was about to be broken. What a powerful sword! Everyone had difficulty breathing. The pressure increased, and they immediately stared at Lin Ling. That was because they noticed that the laws of space had increased crazily, reaching 100,000. 100,000? Chapter 2118. Grand Wedding. Lord Mo Yun originally wanted to say something, but at this moment, he roared in anger. His 3 bird heads frenziedly unleashed the power of laws. Flames, mountain ranges, and clouds appeared, wanting to block Lin Ling's sword with all his might. At this moment, the spectators below him all grew nervous. Were these 2 experts finally going to clash? Sadly, the next scene caused them to be dumbfounded. Boom! Everywhere that dazzling sword passed, it was like slicing through tofu. The flames, mountain ranges, and clouds were all slashed apart. Baleful aura and devil chi gushed out in all directions. Under the gazes of countless people, one of the top 10 geniuses of the devil region was slain by a single sword strike. Irony! How ironic! That devil genius still wanted to shake the heavens and earth, but in the end, he was slain by a single sword strike. With such strength, it was impossible for him to obtain the number 1 position in the 4-race competition. Below the Bone City, the devil general opened his mouth wide. He was so shocked that he was speechless. He thought that the battle would last for 300 rounds, but in the end, it was merely a single sword strike. Wasn't this sword strike too tyrannical? Not only that, he could faintly see that the mysterious young man slaying Mo Yun seemed to be extremely relaxed. Even Gu Zhantian, who was familiar with Lin Ling, couldn't help but draw in a breath of cold air. He felt like he was in a dream, because that familiar young man seemed to be getting further and further away from him. The height of that young man was so high that even if he looked up, he wouldn't be able to see him. But very soon he grew excited, because this young man was none other than his second brother, Lin Ling. What level of strength does this fellow have? After a short moment of shock, those devils all drew in a breath of cold air. Their eyes were filled with trepidation as they stared at Lin Ling. If you guys join forces, you might still have a chance. Lin Ling's expression was as cold as ever. Stretching out his left hand, a mysterious white flame danced about. To him, if he couldn't slay Mo Yun with a single sword strike, he wouldn't be qualified to be the number 1 in the 4-race competition. Joining forces? Is there no way out? Since this is the case, let's kill him. Maybe we might still have a chance. Those devils consoled themselves in their hearts. After that, they all lunged towards Lin Ling. In reality, they also knew that even if they joined forces, they wouldn't be a match for Lin Ling. However, they had no other choice. Rumble. At the same time, the mysterious 6 paths of reincarnation appeared in the sky. Flames seemed to be burning the sky, and a terrifying suction force was born. Not only did it suck in the demons, it even sucked in some of the weaker demonic beasts on the ground. It could destroy everything in the world. No, one after another, voices of unwillingness drifted out. Those devils could only watch helplessly as they died and disappeared into the reincarnation circle. They couldn't help but recall Lin Ling's words from before. If they didn't escape within 10 breaths of time, they would all die. At that time, they thought that he was speaking nonsense, but now they didn't think so anymore. Second brother, leave that white-bearded demon behind. At this moment, Gu Zhantian's voice drifted over from the Bone City, causing Lin Ling to nod his head. Stretching out his right hand, that devil-dragon steed lost control of itself and floated towards Lin Ling. My lord, please spare my life. The demonic dragon colt seemed to have aged 100 years in an instant. Ha! Lin Ling gave him a slap. Cut the crap. He glanced at Gu Zhantian, his eyes filled with bewilderment. This man used to be the military advisor of the Eastern Devil King. Hence, he should know where the Eastern Devil King is imprisoned, as well as the locations of his other subordinates. Gu Zhantian led the group up into the sky. Everyone stared at Lin Ling, who was standing in the air as their hearts pounded. A single person fighting against 1,000, and he seemed to be doing so effortlessly. Such strength was truly admirable. The Myriad Layers Devil General was even more so, because he was the clearest on how strong Mo Yun and the others were. And when Lin Ling heard Gu Zhantian's words, he turned his gaze onto the demonic dragon colt. At this moment, the demonic dragon colt's heart trembled. He suddenly thought of using this to threaten Lin Ling. Didn't that mean that Lin Ling wouldn't dare to kill him easily? Playing tricks in front of me, you will suffer a fate worse than death. Sadly, Lin Ling had fought countless battles in his life and had seen all sorts of people. Hence, he coldly laughed. Just a single sentence and a single glance caused the demonic dragon colt to feel fear. He even told Qin Wentian everything he knew. Powerful, there's no need for any schemes. He directly used his overwhelming strength to tyrannically destroy everything. This is what a true expert is like. Staring at this scene, the Myriad Layers Devil General felt admiration in his heart. Because the demonic dragon colt was the military advisor, it would be extremely difficult to get information out of him. Who would have thought that Lin Ling would be able to make the demonic dragon colt kowtow to him with just a single sentence? I've already told you everything I know. Please spare me. The demonic dragon colt kowtowed unceasingly. I didn't promise not to kill you. Stop. Lin Ling hated traitors the most. Hence, he directly crushed the demonic dragon colt's neck and tossed the corpse to the ground, following which he furrowed his brows. Previously, the demonic dragon colt had said that the great Eastern Devil King and Xiaomeng were imprisoned. Moreover, they were scattered in every corner of the true martial world. The most important thing was that they all had the exterminating Immortal Bone rune chains on their bodies. These chains could kill any martial emperor and leave behind their essence for others to use. Most importantly, these chains were powerful immortal weapons. Once one was bound, one would only end up dead unless one was rescued. This billion lives Demon King is ruthless. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. There was no time to lose. He had to save the Eastern Devil King as soon as possible. How can we save him? With our manpower, it's impossible to save him. Moreover, even if we can get to that place, how can we break the chains? The Myriad Layers Devil General furrowed his brows and looked at Lin Ling. Although he was curious about Lin Ling's identity, at this moment his backbone was also on this mysterious young man. With my disciple here, it's enough. Lin Ling looked into the distance and saw Sword Immortal Song Tian and the others walking towards him with a smile. The Myriad Layers Devil General was stunned. Where do these people come from? However, Lin Ling then explained. When the Myriad Layers Devil General knew the identity of Sword Immortal Song Tian, he was instantly overjoyed. With 3 ancient giants here, apart from the Eastern Devil King, who could stop them? As for the chains, although the enchantment is not bad, This billion lives Demon King is still too inexperienced to play with enchantments in front of me. Lin Ling said confidently. May I ask who you are? At this moment, the Myriad Layers Devil General was even more curious about Lin Ling's identity. Moreover, he was also curious about his background, because to have 3 ancient giants as his disciples, this was too crazy. I'm Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled slightly. Without a doubt, his words made the Myriad Layers Devil General's expression change drastically. This was Lin Ling, the rising star that even the Eastern Devil King could not stop praising. Greetings, my lord. They immediately knelt down. The Myriad Layers Devil General was even more excited. Lin Ling, Princess Gu is getting married today. Compared to the Eastern Devil King, Princess Gu is more important. What? Hearing this, Lin Ling's expression changed drastically. Xianxia Gu was getting married today? Chapter 21:19. 10 men in one step. Suddenly, a very bad feeling arose in his heart. In his previous life, Li Xiaoyao had promised Xianxia Gu that he would wait until the day he returned to the realm of true martial. Unfortunately, Xianxia Gu had already passed away. Would it be the same in this life? With Xianxia Gu's temperament, she definitely wouldn't marry easily, so the only outcome was suicide. In that case, Lin Ling would miss out on Xianxia Gu again. Lin Ling couldn't help but feel pain in his heart when he thought of the young girl who had waited for him for tens of thousands of years without any complaints. You guys go save the great Demon King of the East. I'll go save Xianxia Gu. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and said immediately. His eyes were filled with anxiety. Lord Lin Ling, you can't. Today's wedding will be held by the 3 great Demon Kings of the Demon region. You can't go alone. Master, we'll accompany you. Sword Immortal Xianxia and the others quickly said, which made Lin Ling shake his head. If you guys go with me, then who will go save the great Demon King of the East and the others? The great Demon King of the East is also in a hurry. If he is even a step slower, their lives will be in danger. Listen to my orders and go save them immediately. As for breaking the immortal bone text chains, I will leave the way to break the enchantment for you guys. Hearing this, Sword Immortal Xianxia and the others wanted to say something. However, they knew that Lin Ling was a stubborn person. Once he made up his mind, nobody could change his mind. All right, then let's go and save the great Demon King of the East and the others as soon as possible. After everything is over, we'll immediately go and find Master. Sword Immortal Xianxia and the others said. Time was indeed tight. They had to make good use of every minute and every second. Xianxia Gu and I are fated to be married. Unfortunately, the heavens are blind and let fate continue. Today I will break this fate. Lin Ling took a deep breath. His eyes were filled with determination. Then, he nodded to the others and strode away. Lord Lin Ling is such a sentimental person. For Princess Gu he would climb a mountain of swords and dive into a sea of flames. The demon General Wanzhong looked at Lin Ling's back with deep admiration. Stop talking nonsense. Lead the way. Sword Immortal Xianxia and the others were all trapped in different corners of the realm of true martial arts, and the great Demon King of the East. As for Lin Ling, he was traveling alone. His destination was Dreamlike Mountain. Is that guy going to fight alone? Crazy. Not long after Lin Ling left, a cloaked figure appeared. Her beautiful eyes looked into the distance, and she was also extremely shocked. After eavesdropping, she knew that guy's name. Who would have thought that he was Lin Ling, the reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao? However, unlike the rumors, this Lin Ling was loyal and righteous. For a promise, a fate, he chose to go against the 3 great demon kings. She could imagine that if given more time, this Lin Ling would be able to rule the world. Therefore, it was obviously not a very good decision to go to the battle alone. But Lin Ling still went. That girl called Xianxia Gu. She makes me curious. The mysterious cloaked man smiled. Then he chased after Lin Ling. Dreamlike Mountain was located in a big city. At this moment, the city was crowded with people. The top experts of the demon realm had gathered here to share the good news of the demon realm. I heard that the great demon king of the East is cute. She is a little witch. I envy the high priest for getting her. Nonsense. In my opinion, the high priest and that little witch are a match made in heaven. That's right. I heard that after the high priest marries that little witch, the high priest will become the master of the realm of true force. In the streets and alleys, cheers rang out continuously. It was as if the entire city was celebrating. At this moment, a slender figure walked over from the huge city gate. His face was anxious, causing him to be extremely cold. Bang! On the way, he bumped into a tall demon, which made the demon furious. However, the young man looked over with a cold gaze. His seemingly handsome face was filled with a terrifying, killing intent. Plop! With just a glance, the rhinoceros-like demon knelt down. He was so scared that he knelt down. What a terrifying gaze. He couldn't bear it at all. After the young man stared at him, he did not say a word and walked quickly toward the city gate. Wait, do you have an invitation to enter the city? Although the top experts of the demon realm had arrived, there were still people guarding the city gate. Of course, it was just for show. However, who knew that the handsome young man would shout coldly, "Get lost!" As soon as he said that, the armored demons were stunned. They were just asking a routine question. Who knew that this guy would be so arrogant? Haha, sir, you must be drunk. Although you should be the subordinate of some great demon king, it's better to be polite. One of the older demons laughed. Whoosh! With a slash of his sword, the demon's head fell. That slash showed him what it meant to be polite. The city gate was in a state of shock. Because those guards were just for show, the young man could easily enter the city with just a casual sentence. Who knew that the young man was in a hurry? He did not even bother to talk nonsense. Those who blocked his way were killed immediately. Your Excellency, what are you doing? The faces of the other guards immediately turned cold. Could it be that this guy had gone crazy? Great creation. Unfortunately, what greeted them was a cold slash of the sword, which was filled with killing intent. Puff, puff, puff. More than a dozen heads flew into the air, and the young man immediately entered the city. When those heads fell to the ground, the demons at the city gate finally reacted. Every one of them was so frightened that their faces turned pale. There was a sea of people in the city. However, a large number of demons were wearing armor and had arrived in an orderly manner. Previously, they had heard that someone had forced their way in, so they had come to stop the intruders. Moreover, they were extremely angry because today was the wedding day of the high priest. Who dared to cause trouble here? On the street, the indifferent young man quickly passed by. The cold, killing intent on his body caused the entire street to feel as if it had fallen into an ice cellar. Sir, when those guards saw the young man, they immediately shouted angrily. However, what answered them was a slash of the sword. Puff! More than a dozen heads flew into the air. It was clean and neat. It was a shocking sight. You're crazy. The faces of all the guards changed drastically. Killing without a second word? This person is too arrogant. They had just raised the weapons in their hands, but in the next moment, a sword slashed at them. Puff! Another large number of heads flew into the air. I'll kill whoever stops me. The young man was Lin Ling. In fact, he did not even look at the guards on the street. His gaze had already landed on Dreamlike Mountain. As for the demons in front of him, they were answered with a slash of the sword. Whoosh! Sword light flashed, and blood was shed on the street. The surrounding demons could only see that the terrifying swordsman killed one person with every 10 steps. No, in reality, he killed 10 people with every step. Chapter 21:20. In this life, he did not come late. Hee, congratulations, Billion Life Demon King. High Priest, the #1 genius of the demon area. Marrying the daughter of the Eastern Demon King is a well-deserved achievement. Today, the entire demon area is bustling with noise and excitement. Everyone is talking about this marriage and is in favor of this marriage. Cheers rang out one after another. Looking carefully, it was divided into 3 camps. It was the camp of Billion Life Demon King Demon Kingdom's Crystal Master, and 400 Life Demon King. Under them, there were countless experts. Demon geniuses were as common as clouds. However, those demon geniuses were all looking at a handsome young man. At this moment, that young man was in high spirits, and his spirit was trembling. It was obvious that today was a day of great joy. To be able to shake the entire demon area because of him, he was very proud. Is that the number one genius of the demon area? High Priest? Yes. I can feel that his strength is unfathomable. Yes. I heard that his current strength has already surpassed the former Pink Crown Prince. Yes. Many demon geniuses looked up at the High Priest, dreaming that one day they could be like the High Priest and shake the entire demon area. Hee, the time has come. Go, Eastern Demon King's daughter. Yes. At this time, Billion Life Demon King smiled faintly. He was very satisfied with his son's current glory. Yes, yes. The High Priest smiled and nodded. Looking at the misty snow mountain in front of him, he could not help but smile. I heard that the Eastern Demon King's daughter is very beautiful. She is as cute as a little witch, but also very sexy. Looks like I can have a good time tonight. Under countless envious gazes, the High Priest gracefully stepped onto Dreamlike Mountain. Will the snow on Dreamlike Mountain never stop? Yes, on Dreamlike Mountain, a clear voice like a bell rang out. A young girl wearing a black dress smiled at the beautiful snow in the sky. She did not seem to have heard the lively scene at the foot of the mountain. Gur, I'm here. Yes. At this time, a handsome figure stepped on a Dreamlike Mountain. Moreover, he flung his long hair in what he thought was a dashing manner. Why didn't you change into a red robe? Wearing a black dress is inauspicious. How about I help you change? Yes, it was the High Priest. The moment he laid eyes on Xianxia, his heart began to thump violently. She was so beautiful that he found it hard to extricate himself. Therefore, there was only one voice in his heart, and that was that this beautiful girl belonged to him. Idiot! Xianxia indifferently glanced at the High Priestess. With a wave of his hand, the three songs of heaven, earth, and man appeared. A mysterious power floated out from a book. After this song ends, I will also disappear from this world and enter the cycle of reincarnation. She smiled. Her smile was very carefree. Although she had entered the cycle of reincarnation, she believed that she would still see him in her next life. Even if she couldn't do it in her next life, then she would do it in her next life. Fate, there will be an end to one's life. The melodious voice was like the sound of nature, suddenly coming from the top of Dreamlike Mountain, causing the devils at the foot of the mountain to be stunned, each and every one of them to be intoxicated. On the top of the mountain, the High Priestess was also stunned for a moment. Then, she stared at the girl under the tree, and the love in her heart grew even stronger. She was more beautiful than he had imagined. This was the sound of nature. Fresh flowers appeared in his hand, and he walked over step by step. Go marry me. He let out the most sincere voice in his life, but the pride in his heart grew even stronger. This was because, other than him, who else was worthy of the little devil girl who represented the realm of demons? I already have a lover in my heart. Xianxia also smiled. On her small face, there was a happy smile, but she coldly rejected him. Who? The High Priestess was stunned, and a murderous look appeared on her handsome face. Someone you don't have the right to know. Xianxia shook her head. Suddenly, a mysterious power turned into a melody and swept towards the High Priestess like an avalanche. She attacked the High Priestess. This was the three songs of heaven, earth, and man. You're courting death. However, the High Priestess was the number one genius in the realm of demons, and her strength was naturally above the rest. Xianxuangu's sneak attack naturally couldn't hurt her. Bang! When the High Priestess counterattacked, the powerful force destroyed the melody, causing Xianxuangu to spit out a mouthful of blood. She then fell to the ground, and her small face became even more gloomy. Do you want to die? The High Priestess's face turned cold. He couldn't understand why Xianxia didn't value him with his talent and appearance. I never thought of living. Xianxia was not surprised at all. Instead, she smiled slightly. You. These words undoubtedly made the high priestess furious. He said coldly, "Today, the entire realm of demons is watching me. So, whether you agree or not, this marriage will go on. When I'm tired of you, if you want to die, I'll let you." As soon as he finished speaking, he strode forward. Dream on. Xianxuan's beautiful eyes focused. The power of the 3 songs of heaven, earth, and man that she had been brewing earlier quietly flowed into her body. She wouldn't let that scoundrel have his way. She would rather die. In the face of powerful strength, sometimes it's difficult to even die. What surprised her was that the high priestess had seen through her scheme. She was attacked by a mysterious force that destroyed her 3 songs of heaven, earth, and man. She couldn't die, even if she wanted to. Don't go too far. Xianxia finally panicked. She had left her past life and this life to one person. If that person didn't appear, she would rather reincarnate. But now, she couldn't reincarnate. Tonight, I'll take good care of you. The high priestess revealed a sinister smile. The more pleasant Xianxia was, the more he wanted to torture her. Xianxia became more and more panicked. But in the face of powerful strength, she obviously didn't have the ability to resist. However, at this moment, there was a turbulent airwave in the distance. A slender figure stepped on the clouds and flew toward dreamlike mountain under countless gazes. This unforeseen event undoubtedly shocked the demon realm, because the high priestess was bringing Xianxia down from dreamlike mountain. Everyone looked up to her, but someone had overestimated himself and went up dreamlike mountain. Wasn't this a slap to the high priestess's face? How dare you? You're too lawless. Let him be. The high priestess will prove herself. The great demon king's faces were cold, but the 100 million lives great demon king smiled confidently. At this moment, on the peak of dreamlike mountain, Xianxia stared at the figure in front of her. Her heart felt as if it had been struck by lightning. That familiar silhouette, that clean blue robe, and everything else. Wasn't that the man she dreamed of? In her past life, her man came, but unfortunately, he was too late. In this life, her man finally didn't come too late. Xianxia couldn't help but smile. But it was a happy smile. She was afraid that all of this was just a dream. But reality told her that it wasn't a dream. After waiting for thousands of lifetimes, her man finally came to pick her up. Who are you? In front of Xianxia, the high priestess's face was extremely ugly. Did that person want to humiliate him? Get down. Chapter 21:21. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios, I'll bring you to kill someone. I'm her man. However, the mysterious man's next words were heard by the entire city. I'm her man. Xianxuan's man. Boom. It was as if a bomb had been thrown into the city, causing it to explode. You're fucking courting death. The high priest's face was as black as the bottom of a nest. Was he trying to steal his wife in front of the entire demon region? He looked up at the sky in anger, wanting to kill that arrogant person. However, when he looked carefully, a foot had already appeared in front of his face. It was fast, unbelievably fast. Bang! A foot came crashing down from the sky. At the peak of dreamlike mountain, the high priest was stomped into the ground, his white robes becoming wretched. You're trying to steal my wife? Get lost. However, just as the high priest was stomped into the ground, a foot came crashing down on his stomach, causing him to spit out blood and fly out like a meteor. At the foot of dreamlike mountain, countless people watched as a meteor drew a beautiful arc before crashing into the foot of dreamlike mountain. It had to be said that it was a beautiful arc. Bang! When the meteor landed, the hearts of the demon region clanked. A person who overestimates himself. If not for today's wedding, he wouldn't have ended up being sent flying. His luck is not bad. He managed to keep his life. The demon region clansmen thought that the person who was sent flying was the one who had a death wish. Who the fuck are you? However, When the figure on the ground got up in a sorry state, all the Demon Region clansmen's jaws dropped. This was because in front of them was a white-robed youth. However, his robes were covered in mud and his long hair was messy, making him look extremely ungentlemanly. Most importantly, this person was the high priest and not the mysterious man. He had gone to Dreamlike Mountain to marry the Demon Region's first princess, but he ended up being kicked out of Dreamlike Mountain. When this thought appeared, the foot of Dreamlike Mountain fell into a deathly silence. He sneaked an attack on me. The high priest's hair was messy as he roared, feeling utterly humiliated. Billion Life Demon King was naturally the same. In fact, he felt even more humiliated than the high priest. This was because the other demon kings beside him were secretly laughing. After all, the demons were straightforward. If a man's wife was snatched away by someone else, this kind of thing would naturally make others laugh their heads off. I'll go kill him. Silent laughter filled the air, causing the high priestess to tremble. Without any hesitation, she angrily climbed up the Dreamlike Mountain. At this moment, Dreamlike Mountain was still as beautiful as ever. The gigantic ancient trees swayed with the wind, as though they were still drifting despite the passage of time. Under the ancient tree, the young girl looked at the man in front of her with excitement. Here it comes. Her wait had finally come. Her delicate body began to tremble. She was sure that it wasn't a dream, because she was too familiar with the man she thought about day and night. And for that man, she had waited for thousands of lifetimes. Fate is over. In this life, I won't wait until I'm at my strongest. I won't let my life be filled with regrets. The handsome young man enunciated each word clearly. A faint smile appeared on his face as he extended his hand and caught the falling snow. Although his smile was very calm, it carried an unquestionable determination. The two of them had been fated to meet for thousands of lifetimes. Every time the young man was at his strongest, the young girl would have already left. However, in this life, the young man did not choose to come when he was at his strongest because he could no longer pass her by. He wanted to end this fate. Yes, I've waited for thousands of lifetimes. I've finally waited for you. Xianxia, beautiful eyes were already moist. Crystalline tears seemed to flow out in torrents. Under the snow, she looked even more beautiful. I won't let you enter Samsara alone again. The young man walked forward step by step. Before he reached Xianxia, he had already extended his hand. In his hand was the snow that had yet to melt. In this life, he wanted to break his fate. He wanted to take the young girl's hand and leave this place. Yes, 1,000 words could not describe the excitement in the young girl's heart. She could only nod numbly, or rather, nod in bliss. Wait, there are 3 demon kings gathered at the foot of the mountain. What do we do? Xianxia was suddenly said with a frown. Lin Ling had not reached his strongest level to receive her, so he would have to face this predicament. Lin Ling shook his head and did not say a word. He held Xianxia's hand and walked down the mountain. I'll take you to kill. This sentence was like a promise. It was like a determination. If God blocked them, they would kill God. If Buddha blocked them, they would destroy Buddha. It was also because any oath of eternal love was not important. What was important was the protection of this sentence. Let go of her hand, or I'll kill you. As the two slowly walked away, a furious roar sounded from the mountainside of Dreamlike Mountain. It was the high priest. From afar, he saw Xianxia being held by a man as they slowly walked down the mountain. This made his anger erupt like a volcano. Today, was he going to be a supporting character? Was he going to let all the demons at the foot of the mountain see him as a joke? He could not do it. He could not wait for the man and woman to walk down the mountain. Otherwise, he would never be able to raise his head in the infernal domain. You're not qualified. However, after his angry voice, a cold voice drifted over from the front. The voice even had an unparalleled dominance. And faster than the voice, a figure shot over like a shooting star. Furthermore, that figure was still holding Xianxia's hand. Phew! The wind blew past her ears, causing Xianxia's hair to flutter. She was being held by the man in front of her. The man she had waited for thousands of lifetimes was bringing her to kill. This feeling of being protected was blissful. Pung! A fist appeared in the high priest's stomach. It was like a punch from an Azura demon king. Demonic aura surged out crazily. The high priest was still hooting, but the person who had arrived was too fast. The speed was too fast, and most terrifying of all, the strength was too strong. When the fist struck his stomach again, his face contorted. Whoosh! Like a shooting star, he shot down the mountain again. This time, he was like a stray dog. Although he was the #1 genius in the infernal domain, Lin Ling was the #1 genius in the Four Clans competition. The two of them could not be compared at all. It could be said that other than the great demon king of the infernal domain, Lin Ling could do whatever he wanted in the infernal domain. So powerful. Seeing the high priest fly away like a shooting star, Xianxia covered her mouth in surprise. She then looked at the handsome man in front of her and realized that his side profile was as sharp as a knife. However, his dominance and coldness did not diminish at all. "For me to kill?" She recalled what the young man had said before, and the joy in her heart grew even stronger. At this moment, at the foot of Dreamlike Mountain, everyone saw another shooting star shoot down. Instantly, the foot of the mountain fell silent. This time, it couldn't be the high priest again, right? He was the #1 genius in the infernal domain. Pung! When the shooting star hit the ground, everyone saw that it was the high priest again. This was the second time. Was that guy here to play the role of clown? Moreover, the groom was in such a sorry state. Even the 100 million lives demon king felt embarrassed. "They are coming down." At this moment, a demon exclaimed and pointed in the direction of Dreamlike Mountain. Chapter 21-22. Killing in all directions so beautiful. Although the high priestess was very outstanding, they had to admit that that pair was a match made in heaven. The high priestess seemed like an overconfident passerby who was trying to snatch someone's love away from them. "You motherfucker, snatching my wife. Who are you? What right do you have?" At this moment, the high priest climbed up from the ground and pointed at the Dreamlike Mountain as he shouted. The person who had come had not injured him, but had instead sent him flying time and time again. This was undoubtedly humiliating him time and time again, and also telling everyone that he, the high priest, was not qualified. "Kill him!" The high priest roared, his voice filled with killing intent. He wanted the mysterious intruder dead. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A large number of demons flew toward Dreamlike Mountain. They were the trusted aides of the 100 million lives Demon King. Clearly, they knew that the great Demon King had made a fool of himself today, so they had to kill that despicable intruder as soon as possible. "Brat, you came to the wrong place to behave atrociously at Dreamlike Mountain. Moon Rabbit Clan? Just a cowardly demon, and you dare to be so arrogant. Let me tell you, you are not qualified to be the bridegroom's high priest." The demon's ferocious auras surged, sweeping toward Lin Ling. The demons at the foot of the mountain were also looking forward to it. In fact, they did not know who the mysterious intruder was, but it seemed to be from the Moon Rabbit Clan. The trash of the Moon Rabbit Clan was also so bold. This had to be said to be beyond their imagination. As for Xianxia, she frowned and almost wanted to stand in front of Lin Ling to block the storm for Lin Ling. However, the hand that held her hand tightened, stopping her from making any unnecessary moves. "Qualified? Let me show you what it means to be qualified." Lin Ling coldly spat out as he stared at the demons. His left hand held onto Xianxia, and his right hand reached behind him. The tyrant song sword was in his hand. With a sword in hand, he slaughtered in all directions. Whoosh! A dazzling sword slashed out, and blood rained down from the sky. The tall demons were split in two. Whoosh! The demons in front of him were also split in two. Some of them even had their upper bodies in a forward position while their lower bodies fell to the ground. Whoosh! Whoosh! Slash after slash. Lin Ling held Xianxia's hand and slowly walked down the mountain. Those swords looked like they were casually swung out. However, with each sword strike, the wind and clouds would surge, killing without mercy. So powerful. Is this really the moon rabbit race? This shocking scene undoubtedly shocked all the demons at the foot of the mountain. The 100 million lives Demon King was so angry that his face turned red. He was almost ready to attack, but he restrained himself. Today was the High Priest's wedding. With his seniority, he would lose even more face if he attacked. After all, the other party was only one person. Amazing. Xianxia's beautiful eyes looked at the indifferent young man in front of her. Other than shock, she was still shocked. When did Lin Ling become so strong? Killing demons was as easy as chopping vegetables. Regarding this, Lin Ling smiled, but his heart was heavy because the real enemy was still at the foot of the mountain. Kill him. I don't believe that a mere moon rabbit race can overturn the heavens. Looking at the rivers of blood on the mountain, the high priest was so angry that he no longer had any demeanor. He only wanted to cut Lin Ling into 18 pieces. Kill. I also don't believe that you can overturn the heavens. Even more devils pounced on Lin Ling, and this time, their aura was even more terrifying. The entire sky was filled with devils, and they even covered the entire dreamlike mountain. The beautiful snow of the dreamlike mountain seemed to be drowned in ugliness. Genesis, however, a cold voice, mixed with an incomparable sword, came down fiercely. This sword seemed to have cut open the ugliness, and the beauty of the dreamlike mountain reappeared in the world. Whoosh! Under the sword, it was like a flood hitting countless flies, and all the flies were sent flying. Blood flowed down like water. My wife loves the dreamlike mountain. How can I let your filthy footsteps taint this place? Faintly, the demons at the foot of the mountain heard a domineering voice. Indeed, domineering. One person snatching a bride from the hands of thousands of demons, killing gods if gods blocked, and demons extinguishing demons if demons blocked. Among the demons, who is so domineering? I don't believe in heresy. The high priest was so angry that his hair was about to stand on end. Were they the most complimenting the newlyweds today? Charge over, we must kill him. Under his angry roar, a large number of demons pounced on the dreamlike mountain, fearless of death, like a carp crossing a river. Not convinced? Kill until you're convinced. Unfortunately, although the high priest was domineering, that man from the dreamlike mountain was even more domineering. Not convinced? Sure, kill until you're convinced. Today, who could stop him from bringing along the Xianxia? Swoosh, swoosh. In front of all the demons, what was called slaughtering in all directions, what was called cutting vegetables and melons, was deeply displayed now. Even those great demon kings sucked in a cold breath. They did not make a move previously because they guessed that no matter how strong the newcomer was, there was a limit to it. But who knew that the newcomer's strength was limitless? This completely overturned their understanding. Because when did this world become filled with powerhouses? Even a random Moon Rabbit clan member was so terrifying? I'm not going. Go, 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 this is too scary. Those demons that had pounced over were now terrified. That sword's murderous aura was too thick. It was also because at the foot of the dreamlike mountain, blood had already flowed like a river. Compared to the beautiful snowy scenery on the mountain, it was the best contrast. The two newlyweds walked down amidst the snow and blood. Thousands of eyes looked over, as if they were giving their blessings to the newlyweds. But in reality, many people knew that this was a disgrace to the demon realm, so they could not let that person succeed in stealing the bride. High Priest, you are the #1 genius of the demon realm. Your wife has been shot. You should take back your man's dignity. At this time, many demon geniuses shouted because if ordinary demons went up, they would only be throwing their lives away. They could only wait for the geniuses to make a move. Looks like I can only go up. All right, I will personally take back my wife. The high priest nodded coldly as his eyes narrowed. Now that things had come to this, he had no other choice. However, he was still extremely confident in his own strength. He believed that the previous 2 losses were because he had underestimated his opponent. He did not believe that there was anyone in the younger generation of demons who could match him, unless the Pink Crown Prince and other geniuses of the past came back to life. Go. Let us see the glory of the number one genius of the demon realm. You will definitely win. The other geniuses of the demon realm were also very confident because they had all witnessed the high priest's strength. Is the high priest going to personally take action? The demons were also filled with anticipation. It was very appropriate for the high priest to take back his dignity. I don't care who you are or where you came from. Today, I am the bridegroom. I am the number one genius of the demon realm. Under everyone's gazes, the high priest's robes fluttered. Although he had been extremely humiliated previously in terms of strength, he was indeed very impressive.